sort of like dropped my. Yeah. Do you want me to go or do you want so Natalie, you'll be going first, and so you can either choose to stand. So I was much more to try to start yeah, everything has to be. So generally, like I go more into Yeah.
And then you just like slide. You don't need my password to use the camera. You just like.
Slide.
Okay, so we're gonna be live now. If you're gonna start,
Yeah.
Yeah. Martha, you can start. Thanks. You can start? Okay.
So hello everyone, welcome and thank you all for coming to the second symposium in our series this year. Today, our symposium is obviously very timely for Saturday, International Women's Day. We've got three incredible women here who will be introduced in due course. But I want to say thank you all for coming, and I'll pass you over to the Executive Director of ISGAP.
Thanks, Martha. Martha, thank you for all your efforts in putting this together. It's really appreciated. So I'm really honored that Natalie and Manel and Yifat are here. It's a very powerful and important program. And I'll just start by saying, as the director of ISGAP, that we're honored to be here at the Woolf Institute with Miriam and the team at the Woolf, who's welcomed the work of ISGAP. And I'm going to give the 2-minute introductory remarks, but I remember in 1975, now I'm going to sound like an old man, but here we go. It was the year of my bar mitzvah, when I became a man, and it was also the International Year of Women at the United Nations. It was the year of Why Not? And my mother was an activist in Montreal, a feminist activist in Montreal, with many of her friends. And if we remember, 1975 was the year that Kurt Waldheim, the Secretary General of the United Nations, who later we discovered was a Nazi war criminal.
Oh, wow.
Yes, Secretary General of the UN, Nazi war criminal, celebrated at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel when the resolution that Zionism was racism. He organized the celebration at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, celebrating the fact that Israel and the Jewish people were targeted as being a racist, Zionism was a racist project. And at the same time, my mother and her Jewish friends and comrades were all kicked out of the feminist movement in Montreal. And this was a time when Jewish women were being purged. And here we are, 2025, post-October 7th, 2023. And if October the 7th was not horrific enough, and we're going to hear about it, also the reaction, which we'll hear about, of October the 9th, when we went back to our universities, when students and faculty and staff went back to universities in the United Kingdom, in France, in the United States, in Canada, and beyond. And we were met with an explosion of anti-Semitism, an explosion of denying the voices of Israeli citizens and Jewish Israeli women, and the silence of the feminist movement and the silence of the human rights community has continued. It continues from the time of the Holocaust to the time when Jews were kicked out of Arab countries to 1975 and 2025.
By the way, they're here right now.
Yeah.
There's a number of people actually claiming there's no evidence for the sexual violence that happened during 7 October. I just spoke with them, they have signs saying that they're here right now.
Yeah. So here we are. So this is a very important and timely discussion. I really thank you for being here, and thanks for our esteemed guests for taking the time to travel here. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. I would like to thank first ISGAP Institute and Dr. Charles Small Asher for organizing and having this initiative of following Women's Day, and also showing a solidarity between Arab women and Jewish and Israeli women. So I also want to thank Martha and Mark for their help for making this happen, and Woolf Institute. Our first speaker is Nathalie Sanandaji. I was honored to meet Nathalie in Dubai Forum between Arab women and also Middle Eastern as well as Jewish and Israeli women women working for peace and dialogue, and I think that it's a kind of initiative which brings hope after October 7th. Unfortunately, after Hamas attack, we lost hope to have this kind of initiatives, but today we are here to show our solidarity with the hostages, but also with all women victims of terrorism of Hamas. So Natalie is 28 and serves as a public affairs officer to combat anti-Semitism movement. A Long Island native born to an Israeli mother and Iranian father, Natalie worked in real estate in New York City before October 7th, when she narrowly survived the Nova Music Festival massacre during a visit to Israel. Her traumatic experience that day led her to transform her life and switch her career path to Jewish advocacy and fighting anti-Semitism. Protecting her work at CAM, Natalie has also long co-hosted the Persian Cur podcast, where the conversation generally focused on coming-of-age experiences in the large Iranian expatriate communities of New York and Los Angeles. Given her background, Natalie is well-versed in the struggles in the Middle East against the tyrannical forces of radical Islam, backed by the current regime in Tehran, and her guiding mission is to use her multicultural background to her advantage to support the fight for freedom throughout the region and across the globe. We are really honored to have you today as a speaker, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say it's an honor to be here. Also, I need to update my bio. I'm actually turning 29, turning 30 almost. No longer a young 28-year-old. But hi, my name is Natalie Sanadaji, and I'm an American Jew born to Israeli and Iranian parents. And before I start my story of October 7th, something I do want to say is that a lot of people say they lost so much hope for the unity of Arab women and Jewish and Israeli women since October 7th. But as someone who is the product of not just the Jewish diaspora, but the Iranian Jewish diaspora, I think I have more hope now than I ever have in my life for that unity, because I've seen, I'm in a very unique position as someone who is outspoken about the atrocities of October 7th, as someone who's a survivor and who has an Iranian last name. Because I'm speaking out, I receive so many messages. The majority of the messages I receive of people thanking me for speaking out are actually from the Iranian diaspora. So I'm in this position where I see more of it than I think majority of the world sees, the unity between the Iranian people and the Jewish and Israeli people right now. So it's something very unique to experience. So as the daughter of an Israeli mother, I've been going to Israel almost every year my entire life. And that past summer was no different. I went to Israel for a friend's wedding, and I extended to be with friends and family for the holidays. And I found myself at the Nova Festival. Not sure the clicker is working. So I'll give you guys a little bit of an image of what these festivals are typically like. They call them nature parties in Israel, and they go anywhere from 24 hours to 3 days. And usually on the festival grounds, they have an area for the campsites. So you come with your friends, you bring camping gear, tents, sleeping bags, camping chairs, change of clothes, and you build your little campsite with your friends before you head over to the dance floor. And in Israel, typically when it comes to parties, it's very different than, I think, the United States or maybe Europe, where when you want to buy a ticket to a party, you simply purchase the ticket and you receive the ticket in your email box or in the app within minutes. So in Israel, for security reasons, you have to put in your government ID number, your phone number, 2 to 3 social media accounts, and there's a vetting system. When you go to purchase a ticket, you're basically requesting the ability to purchase the ticket first, and then it can be anywhere from hours to a few days for them to vet you out and make sure you are who you say you are, and then you are able to receive the ticket. And also for security reasons, they typically don't send the location of the event until an hour or 2 before the event starts. So I purchased my ticket to the Nova Festival, I received the ticket, and about an hour or two before, we received the location. And when we first saw the location, we thought, you know, okay, it's a little close to Gaza, but I thought to myself, you know, just the day before, I was hiking in the north by a waterfall, and I was near Lebanon. And you think to yourself, you know, in Israel, wherever you go, if you're not in the center in Tel Aviv, you're going to be near some neighbor who maybe doesn't like you very much. So we weren't necessarily too cautious of the fact that it was near Gaza. We're like, okay, it's fine. You know, it is what it is. This is our reality. And we drove down to the festival. We arrived at around 1 a.m. on October 7th itself. And when we got there, I arrived with 3 friends. I was the only American in my group. Everyone else was born and raised in Israel. And I only knew those 3 people that I had originally come with. And they had maybe 15 other friends that we were meeting with. They already set up the campsite. We arrived, we dropped off our stuff at the campsite. We danced for a few hours. And at around 3:30, my friends decided that they were tired and wanted to go back to the campsite and rest. And the goal was to wake up for the sunrise of the festival, because the sunrise is typically the most exciting part. You know, you're dancing in the dark for hours and you're waiting for this beautiful moment of the sun coming up. So we went to sleep, and at around 6:30, instead of waking up to the sound of the sunrise set music of the festival, we woke up to the sound of rockets. I'm not sure the clicker is working. Could you manually? Thank you. So one of our friends from our campsite was on the dance floor when the first rockets were intercepted overhead, and she knew that we were sleeping at the campsite, and she wanted to come over and wake us up and make sure we were alert to the situation. So she came over and she nudged us awake, and she was very calm and she was smiling, and she was like, "Boker Tov, guys," which in Hebrew is good morning. And she said, "I just wanted you guys to know a few rockets were intercepted overhead, but it's fine. It's normal for the area that we're in. It's also a holiday, and we know that typically on holidays they send rockets our way to kind of disrupt the peace of family time on the holidays." So she was like, "You know, this is typical. It's normal. Nothing to be too worried about. I just wanted you guys to be awake and alert." So I want you guys to try to imagine, imagine a festival happening anywhere else in the world. Imagine, I don't know, let's say Coachella in California. And imagine people are dancing and suddenly rockets are intercepted over their heads. Now, imagine them reacting in such a calm manner that simply wouldn't happen. But unfortunately, for Israelis, this is their reality. This is something they deal with on a semi-regular basis. And as the only American in the group, I kind of looked to my Israeli friends to see their reaction and follow suit. Even though I've been going to Israel almost every year my entire life, it just so happens I had never been in Israel at a time of war. So this was my first time experiencing rockets. And I saw that everyone else was fairly calm, so I decided to stay calm. And I got up from my camping chair and I looked up at the sky and I started counting the rockets. And first it was 5, and then it was 10, and then it was 15, and then it was 20. And I think between maybe 15 and 20 is when I saw my Israeli friends start to get nervous. We started to realize that this wasn't just another ordinary situation. It wasn't just a few rockets. And around that time, the festival security had shut off all the music, and they started announcing on the loudspeakers for everyone to pack up their things and evacuate to their cars. So we packed up our things, we started heading to the cars, and at this point we still thought it was, quote unquote, just rockets. So we figured, we have the Iron Dome. Our biggest fear was maybe scraps of intercepted rockets hitting us or our cars as we're trying to drive out. And we also figured, we're going to be stuck in traffic. There was a little over 3,000 people at this festival. Majority were leaving at around the same time. There were a few people who were the first ones to leave who, unfortunately, it doesn't mean that they actually made it out. A lot of the ones that were the first ones to leave, Hamas was waiting for them down the road, and they actually did not survive. And then there were the group of people that tried to stay back at the festival and wait for things to calm down. They unfortunately, majority did not make it out alive either, because Hamas ended up making it to the festival grounds. And it's kind of this middle group that I was in, that I think majority of the survivors are from that group. So we start heading to our cars and we figure we're going to be stuck in traffic. And I'm sure all of you have seen the photos and videos of this narrow dirt road with all the cars pulled over to the side of it. So I asked my friends before we head out, I asked them if I couldn't use the bathrooms. And they said, of course, yeah, no rush. We're going to be stuck in traffic anyway. Go ahead. We'll wait for you by the car. So I head to the bathrooms and I head back to the car. And not until about 2 weeks after the attacks did I realize how much I was putting my life at risk just by going to those bathrooms. Because around that time was when a video surfaced from the Hamas body cams of them coming to these yellow porta potties and shooting at every single one, trying to kill anyone who was inside. I was there maybe 10 or 15 minutes before they had arrived. But thankfully, I made it out. I head to the car, we start driving out, and we're in bumper-to-bumper traffic for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And suddenly, the festival security, who was on either side of this dirt road trying to guide everyone in the right direction, starts screaming at all of us to pull our cars over and get out of our cars and start running. And at this point, we couldn't understand why they would tell us to run from rockets. That didn't make any sense to us. But we figured, their security, there must be something that they know that we don't know, and they have our best interests at heart. So we decided that we should listen to them regardless of the fact that it didn't make sense to us. We pull our car over to the side of the dirt road, and we're sitting in the car for a few moments, kind of looking at each other confused, and that's when we heard the first gunshots. And as soon as we heard the first gunshots, we fully understood that it was much more than just rockets, that we understood that there were terrorists on foot, that they were nearby, that they were armed. And we opened our doors and we started running, and all the cars around us did the same. Everyone opened their doors and started running, and people were running in every direction. Nobody really understood what direction was the direction of safety. And when I first started interviewing after the attacks, one of the major questions I got asked was how I knew what direction to run to save my life. And that was a very hard question to answer because obviously nobody knew. And a few months into the war, I spoke at a vigil in Columbus Circle, and a man came up to me after I spoke, and he said that he had interviewed many Holocaust survivors in his life, and that when Holocaust survivors were asked in life and death situations how they knew what decisions to make to save their life, they coined a term called a choiceless choice. And basically the meaning of a choiceless choice is that in these life and death situations, you don't have much time to really assess which decision is going to be the safer decision, which decision might save your life as opposed to getting you killed. But you simply have to make a choice in that moment. And that term really perfectly described every decision me and my friends made while running from the Hamas terrorists. They were all choiceless choices. So over here you can see that this is maybe 5 or 10 minutes after we heard the first gunshots. The only times I really took photos while we were running was those moments in between the shooting. Anytime we didn't hear shooting for a few minutes, we would slow down to catch our breath. In October in Israel, it's still very hot, and it was very hard to continue running constantly. So this was maybe at around, I would say, 7:30. Can you go to the next slide? So as you can see, most of where we were running, there wasn't much places to hide. There weren't like many trees. It was mostly open farm fields. And as you can kind of see, they're like all plowed. And I think if you hit next, that one is a video. Oh, the video can't play. But it was kind of to show that the rockets were being intercepted right over us as we were running. So in total, we ran for about 4 hours. And from all the choices we made while running, there's one main one that will always stand out to me. About, I would say 2.5 to 3 hours into running, we ran into a group of friends from our campsite that we hadn't seen since the beginning, since we started running. And they were all hiding in a ditch. And they called us over and they're like, guys, come here, come hide in this ditch with us. We're gonna hide from the terrorists. And from the 3 friends that I was with, there were 4 of us in total, 3 of us started crawling into this ditch, and one of my friends was standing above the ditch staring down at all of us. And I guess in that moment, he tried to imagine if he was a Hamas terrorist and he found us in this ditch, what he would do. And he imagined that he would shoot us right on the spot. Anyone who knows anything about war tactics, you never want to be below your enemies. You always want to be above them. So he started screaming at us, and he said, this is a horrible idea. If we stay in this ditch, we're basically sitting ducks. If they find us, they'll shoot us right on the spot. And he said our only option for survival is to continue moving at all times. We have to continue running, and hiding is not an option. So we listened to him, and we got out of the ditch, and we continued to run. And we told our friends to come with us, but they said, no, we feel that this is a safe option. We want to stay here. We want to hide. And unfortunately, about a day or two later, we found out that none of them made it out of that ditch alive. So to me, that's one of really the most pivotal moments of me realizing that my fate could have been much different. So we continued to run, and about half an hour after that, we ran into a police officer. And this was, I would say, 3.5 hours into running. This is the first time that we see any police force. And we ran up to him and we asked him, where is everyone? Why are we alone? And he said that he didn't have many answers for us. Everyone from his unit had already been killed. And we asked him, well, can't you call for backup? And he said no, because the Hamas terrorists had taken over the local police radio station, and that if he was to use his walkie-talkie to try and call for backup, he would simply give up our location to the terrorists. He said, the most I can do is walk alongside you guys and try to protect you to the best of my ability. So we continue walking with him, and eventually we get to this main paved road, and we see hundreds of other survivors of the festival kind of walking down this road. And we asked the police officer, should we walk with them, or do you think it will make us an easier target being with so many people? And he said no. He said it was a good idea, that we should walk alongside them, because they were all told to walk in the direction of the sun, because in that direction there was a town called Patish. And at the time, it was one of the nearest towns to get to safety that the Hamas terrorists had not infiltrated yet. So we continue to walk with them, and we're walking down this road. And about 4 hours into walking, we see, we hadn't heard gunshots for a few minutes, and we see this kind of small bush tree, and we figured, it'd be a good idea to sit under the tree for a few minutes, try to get some shade from the sun to really catch our breath. And we're sitting under this tree with maybe 10 other people, and we're kind of just all looking at each other confused. If you can imagine, a few hours ago we were at a festival dancing, and suddenly we're being hunted by terrorists. And we're all kind of exchanging what little information we have. And suddenly, while we're sitting under this tree, we see a pickup truck driving in our direction that seemed to come out of nowhere. And for all of us, our automatic reaction was that these were Hamas terrorists coming to kill us. At the time, anyone who was getting information, they were getting it from photos and videos that were being sent around Telegram. So a lot of people were seeing that the Hamas terrorists were driving these white pickup trucks. And we see this pickup truck, and we all kind of froze in place. And I remember all of us kind of half got up and contemplated running. And without saying a word to each other, we all simultaneously realized that we have nowhere to run to. If this is a terrorist, they're in a car, they have guns, we're on foot, we have nothing to protect ourselves with. And we all just sat back down and kind of accepted our fate. And I remember we were all just, smiling and nodding at each other as if to say, we gave it our best, we tried, and kind of to say it was like nice knowing you and understanding that this might be the end. But as the pickup truck got closer, there was a girl sitting in the front seat, and she was waving her hand out the window to kind of signal to us. She was showing us that she had the festival bracelet on, and to signal to us that this is someone coming to save us, and that it wasn't, in fact, a terrorist. And as the pickup truck got closer, the man driving the truck yelled at all of us to get into the back of the truck, and we all got in, and he drove us to the town of Patish, and as soon as he dropped us off, he turned right back around to go save more lives. And because of that, I didn't get his name, and it took me about 3 months to track him down. He's an incredible man, and whenever I speak, I always want to give him the recognition he deserves. His name is Moshe Sati, and he was born and raised in Patish. He raised his kids in Patish, and him and his son drove back and forth from Patish to the festival grounds that day for about 8 or 10 hours, and they saved about 300 to 400 lives that day. After he dropped us off in the town of Patish, we were taken to the local bomb shelter in the center of the town, and the people of Patish they brought us food and water, and they really took care of us to the best of their ability. And there were women walking around reading off lists of names from their phones. And at first I didn't understand what they were doing. And after a few minutes I realized that they were receiving lists of names from parents who had lost touch with their children. And these parents were hoping that maybe their kid ended up in Patish. And I think about that a lot, because I think about how many of those parents didn't receive the good news that they were hoping for. Eventually, after a few hours of being in Patish, when we finally felt that it was safe to leave the town and get back home, we got back home and I left Israel, and I started interviewing about 4 days after the attacks. And the main reason why I felt it was so necessary to interview so soon after was because I felt it was harder to dehumanize what happened to the Jewish people on that day if you're seeing a face. If you're just reading a number, if you're just reading a statistic, I felt that it was easier to dehumanize and say like, oh, they deserve it. But if you see a face, if you see someone telling their story firsthand, I felt that it might touch people in a way that just reading numbers wouldn't. I also felt that as a survivor, I owed it to all those who weren't as lucky as me. I owed it to all those who were taken hostage, all those who were murdered, all those who were too traumatized to speak out right away. I felt that I owed it to them to be their voice. And I started interviewing. From my interviews, I started working for an organization named the Combat Antisemitism Movement. And a big part of my role at the Combat Antisemitism Movement is not only speaking out about my story and telling my story of October 7th, but also being a voice for the Iranian people and trying to make the world realize that this war is not a war between Hamas and Israel. This war is a war between the Islamic regime of Iran, all of its proxies, and all Western civilization. And that's a major part of my goal of speaking out, is trying to make the rest of the world realize that. And as I mentioned in the beginning of my talk, a lot of the messages of love and support that I receive from people around the world are from the Iranian diaspora, because they've been suffering under the hand of their regime for many years. And their regime uses the same tactics that Hamas used against the Israeli people on October 7th. And one of those major tactics is the use of sexual violence against women as a war tool. And that's, unfortunately, that's the unity that we see today, that I see today between, both of my sides, my Israeli and my Jewish side and my Iranian side, that we both understand that we have the same enemy and that we've both suffered the same things under the hands of those enemies. And it's very unfortunate. I think a major reason why Hamas and why the Islamic regime of Iran and all of its proxies sees this as such a good tactic is because they know how much, not just in Judaism, but in a lot of religions, how women are really looked up to and how they're seen as kind of this light. And I think that's something very special to talk about, especially now because it's International Women's Day. And it's because of that fact that they weaponize sexual violence specifically against women, because they kind of want to take that light away from whatever group of people they're attacking. That's really what I'm here trying to make the rest of the world realize, is that we all have the same enemy and that we should all be coming together against that enemy. And there's something that I always said in the beginning of the war in my interviews on the news, that to all those, rallying in support of the Palestinian people and of the people in Gaza, if you actually cared about those people, you would be against Hamas, because Hamas is just as complicit in the deaths of innocent Gazans and Palestinians as they are in the deaths of innocent Israelis. And that's the point that I will always drive home and that I always try to make known to the general public. And I guess that's it. Thank you for listening. Do we have time for questions, if anyone has any?
Yeah, thank you.
you very much, Natalie, for your inspiring and moving speech, and we are really honored to have you today. And thank you for your lesson of bravery and courage to all women, because we know that it's not easy to speak about it openly and to share your solidarity also with Iranian women. And I found that the fact of having this dual identity is a kind of richness, and this shows how much you can share with the world and how much you can stand for peace and dialogue between two different identities and also between two different nations. Maybe we can have some questions to Natalie if you are ready to. Yes,
yeah.
Please.
Thanks for sharing. I'm really sorry that you had to go through that. I was just wondering what it was like for you learning more and more information throughout the day and the next days. You know, when you started hearing about the sexual assault and, you know, what had happened, and that it wasn't just at the festival, kind of how that hit you.
I think it only drove me like more and more to want to speak out as much as possible. In the beginning, when I first started interviewing, like those first 1 or 2 days, I didn't think about the idea of interviewing. And then as we got more and more information, it just made me more and more angry, and kind of it fueled this drive in me to want to speak out on behalf of all of those who were murdered. Because when I was running, somehow I saw the Hamas terrorists, I saw them shooting people down, but it wasn't right in front of my face. And that's the question I got asked a lot is, you know, how close they were to me. And I tell people, you know, if they were right next to me, likely I wouldn't be here today. So in those coming days, the more I heard of the numbers going up, of the amount of people that were murdered, that it wasn't just at the festival, it was also at the nearby towns, the kibbutzim, it just fueled that urge that I need to speak out, that I need to be a voice for all those who lost their voice.
Did it change like your own perception of your physical safety since then?
Unfortunately, yes. I think I always have been a fairly positive person, and I also grew up in a town in New York, in Long Island, that's 75% Jewish. So like my first time experiencing anti-Semitism or feeling that my life was at threat was honestly when I went to visit family friends in France when I was about 19. So I kind of grew up in this bubble, and I feel that I was very fortunate to never have to experience that growing up. And since then, I was in Amsterdam actually 3 weeks before these Israeli soccer fans were attacked. And when I was in Amsterdam, I went to an event in a park that a few minutes into it, realized was a pro-Palestine rally. And I remember looking at my friends, and I had my hostage pin on, and I asked them, you know, if they knew what I experienced and what I stand for and what I speak out against on a daily basis, would my life be at threat right now? Would they possibly attack me? And my friends were like, no, you're overreacting, everything's okay. And then 3 weeks later, we saw that these Israeli soccer fans were attacked in the streets of Amsterdam. And then I went to Dubai, where we met, and also there I experienced someone, I was talking about Israel in a public place, and then someone yelled "Free Palestine" at me. And I thought to myself, like, is my life physically in danger? And I was like, no, you're overreacting. And then a week later, a Chabad rabbi was murdered in the streets of Dubai just for being Jewish. So I tried to stay positive. I tried to tell myself, don't overreact. But I constantly see this pattern following me wherever I go. So unfortunately, yes, it has changed how I feel in regards to my safety. Any other questions?
Just, I think, linking on to, just linking on to what was just being said. I'm interested in kind of post since and this topic of kind of sexual violence, and of course we've all seen, you know, how the UN have dealt with it, and the UN have dealt with other issues and compared to how do you have any opinions on that, and specifically, you know, the response of the wider world to sexual violence happened?
Yes, a lot of people ask me if I was surprised by the world's reaction to October 7th, to the fact that people want to deny it happened altogether. I get a lot of contradictory responses because, for example, I made a video with a Jewish influencer where we went to Washington Square Park in Manhattan, and we asked people how they felt about October 7th. And a lot of what they had to say contradicted each other, because first they would say, we would ask them, the first question would be, did you feel that October 7th was justified? And then they would say yes. And then we would ask them if they believed everything that happened, and they would say no. And on the one hand, they felt it was justified for these things to happen. On the other hand, they are denying the fact that certain things happened. And I feel that people want to believe certain things happen if it goes along with what they believe in, and then they want to deny other things simply because of the fact that it happened to Jews. Because when you talk about, let's say, the sexual violence happening in Iran or by any of the other proxies of the Islamic regime of Iran, whether it's in Syria or Iraq or Afghanistan, people aren't denying the fact that that's happening. But then they want to deny the fact that Hamas used sexual violence against the people of Israel. And then I would speak to people and I would tell them, you know, we have proof, we have videos from the body cams that were worn by the Hamas terrorists, and they still don't want to believe it. So it kind of goes along with this whole idea and movement of, you know, like, Me Too unless you're a Jew. And it's very unfortunate, it's very frustrating, and it just drives me more and more to want to continue speaking out.
Is it just frustrating? Is that an adequate description of how you feel in response to that perception on the part of the wider community?
I guess I want to say it's also disappointing, but I feel like if I were to say that I'm disappointed, I would have to say that I'm surprised. And I'm not surprised. Even in the first week when I started interviewing, there weren't protests yet. People weren't protesting or denying, and they weren't speaking out against what happened on October 7th yet. And a lot of people asked me when all those protests started, was I surprised? And I said, no, I wasn't surprised, because before all that negativity and before all the denial was silence. And if people aren't speaking out in support of the Jewish people and against Hamas right away after something like that happens, I knew that after the silence was going to come all this denial and negativity. So yeah, I would say it's frustrating, but I can't say that I'm necessarily disappointed, because I can't say I'm surprised by the world's reaction. We saw people deny the Holocaust. You know, if people can deny that, I can't say I'm surprised that they're denying what happened on October 7th.
It's sad that you hear this denial. It makes you want to speak out even more. We very often know from people who became like victims of crimes of this kind, sexual crimes, other crimes, that very often they're actually afraid to speak because they're afraid they're not believed, right? And that they're being traumatized. And like very often when we have like, you know, stories about rape cases in courts, and like, you know, it's always like very often like for the victims, like very big questions, like, you know, whether they're going to testify, whether they're going to talk about, are they going to believe, are they not going to believe. I assume you also have contact with other people who share your experience.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you can share about a bit, like, you know, from a perspective of the experience, of the psychological experience of the victims, how this denial that we have affects them. Also those that they're like, actually, you know what, I don't want to speak because, like, you know, people won't believe me, or like, you know, where it exacerbates the trauma.
So I do know, because I am in that world, and I do know a lot of the released hostages or families of people who are still being held hostage. I do know that certain released hostages had abortions after they were released. I won't disclose their names because obviously, like you said, if they're not speaking about it in public, it's not something that either they're ready to speak about, maybe eventually they will be, but it's still very fresh and very raw, but I do know that for a fact. And I have one friend who was at the festival that she chose to hide, and while she was hiding, she heard and saw the rape and the killing of other festival goers, and she couldn't scream and she couldn't move and she couldn't run and not hear it, because if she were to try to move and run away from not hearing it, they would just see her, they would find her, and then they would do the same to her. So she had to lay there for hours hiding from the terrorists while she heard them do that to other festival goers. So yeah, so there is a sense still of shame in regards to the fact that you were raped or sexually assaulted by these terrorists because of the denial. But because I'm in that community, I do know and I do hear what's happened to our hostages. Any other questions? No?
Maybe I have a question. You said Me Too unless you are a Jew, so do you think that there is a lack of solidarity from feminist movements, especially from Arab and Muslim world, towards Israeli and Jewish women? And do you think that maybe in the future, maybe the situation will change and there will be more solidarity regarding this terrorist attack, and how can we go into the UN to file a complaint, and there will be like more solidarity from feminist organizations and also prosecuting Hamas in ICC?
I don't even want to label it as lack of solidarity from like the Arab and Muslim women specifically. I want to say it's a lot of like the Western world, it's a lot of the American woman or European woman, but yes, I definitely see a lack of solidarity, and it's very unfortunate because, as you mentioned, you know, even your mother was kicked out of the feminist movement in Canada simply because she's Jewish. And it's sad. It's sad to see that. It's sad to see that, you know, people want to consider themselves humanitarian and that they care about all people, but then when it comes to the Jewish people, they don't count. But as I mentioned before, I've seen an incredible amount of support from the Iranian women, because Iranian women have been suffering under this regime for so long, and I think they see Israel in a sense as their only hope for a real revolution happening within Iran. But they've used sexual violence against women all over the Middle East. But for some reason, when it comes to Israel, there's denial. But I hope to see a change in that in the future. I hope that, you know, if women like us continue to speak out, and if we show solidarity with each other and we show support for each other, that it'll change the minds of others who see us and who will maybe follow in our footsteps.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah.
Hi.
What have you had to do to try and recover from the trauma of this experience? And is that a process that is ongoing? I mean, you look like you're coping well, but I imagine it feels quite different on the inside.
So so something that I don't always have time to speak about when I talk about October 7th itself is the fact that when we first started running, I completely disassociated to the point where I was having an out-of-body experience. And multiple times when the shooting started again, and everyone would start running, I would stand still and watch everyone run past me, and I would tell myself that it's okay if I get shot because I'm not actually in my body. And if my body gets shot, and I won't actually die because I'm not in my body. And I fully believed this as I was having this out-of-body experience. And I understood that I was disassociating even as it was happening. And in the days after the attacks, I comprehended that I was still disassociating, but at the time I considered it my superpower because I felt that it gave me the ability to speak out without breaking down and crying every time I would tell my story, and without like re-traumatizing myself. And so in the beginning, when I first started speaking out, I was like, Natalie, you're disassociating. You can be the voice for all those who are too traumatized and who aren't in this state of disassociation. So I started speaking out right away, 4 days after. For that first month, I was interviewing about 4 to 6 times a day, 5 to 6 days a week. So I was repeating my story over and over and over again. And when I first started doing that, I thought I was putting my own mental health on the back burner in order to be a voice for others. And then after a few months of doing that, I spoke to a few mental health professionals who told me that repeating your story, your traumatic story, is actually a big, one of the major tools that they use to help people deal with trauma. And so I guess I kind of healed my own trauma without even realizing that I was doing so in the beginning by repeating my story over and over and over again. And you make a very good point. I am coping very well, and I'm very grateful for that. And I always want to remind people not to look at me to think that majority of the survivors are like me. Many of the survivors have still not gone back to work. Many of them are still having panic attacks on a daily basis. And even not just the survivors of the festival. Let's say the man who saved my life, Moshe, he really saw the worst of the worst, because if you can imagine, for 8 or 10 hours, he was driving back and forth. He saw all the bodies, he saw all the rape, he saw really the worst of it. And even in the days after, he was helping first responders go back to the site and, cover up the bodies, recover body parts, and get answers for the families who were looking for their loved ones. And I had the honor of meeting him a few times when I went back to Israel. And the most recent time I went back, he told me, it's been 1.5 years, but he's still waking up in the middle of the night with panic attacks and cold sweats. So I do always want to make sure people understand that they shouldn't look at me and think that everyone is coping as well as I am.
Is it something you knew about yourself? Or are you surprised
it's not
to find
something,
you're like this?
Yeah, it's something I was surprised about, because I never thought about it. I never thought about, everyone's body has a natural reaction to stressful situations. And I never thought about the fact that mine was to disassociate. And people asked me after the attacks, they asked me if that's a way my body would react in the past, before October 7th. And I really thought about it, and I thought about intense situations I've been in the past, and the answer is yes. I realized that is my body's natural reaction, not just on October 7th, but in the past to difficult situations. Any other questions? Yeah.
I'm curious how you experience or cope with feelings of anger or rage, or if you have them, how do you process when you think about the evil and inhumanity of it all?
I guess I wouldn't necessarily say I hold feelings of anger, rage, or even resentment towards, let's say, a specific group of people or to what happened. I think the reason for that has to do with how my mom raised me. She raised me by always telling me, if you hold in anger and you think it's going to hurt the people who hurt you, you're only hurting yourself. And she would say that it's like drinking poison and expecting the other person to be hurt. You're only hurting yourself. I think by speaking out, I let out a lot of that, I guess, quote unquote, anger or rage. It's my way of taking control of what happened and trying to fight against it. But also, being angry at a specific group of people, that's not going to help. That's not going to change the future. It's not going to make the world a better place. So that's never something that I try to do when I'm speaking, is, try to say this specific group is bad, or create more negativity in the world. I try to twist, this horrible thing that happened and try to make it into something positive for the future. Any other questions?
I don't have a question. I usually have a lot of questions, a lot to say, but I just wanted to say thank you for your wisdom, your inspiration.
Thank you.
And your voice, really. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to end up. Just my own comment.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we should have a break or we should move to the next speaker. Okay, so let's have a small break before moving to our next speaker. Thank you.
There's coffee and tea and biscuits in the corner.
Yes.
So we would like to welcome back the viewers after the break, and our next speaker is Ifat Bitan, who is a legal academic and social activist for equality, currently president of Ashva Academic College of Science and Education in Israel. Previously, she was an associate professor at the College of Management, Strix Law School, Israel, and has also had visiting appointments at the School of Transnational Law at Peking University in China, at New York University. She received her PhD from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and her master's from Yale University Law School. And she has also been a visiting Fulbright Fellow at Harvard in 2005. Professor Bitan is co-founder and chair of Temura, which is the Israeli Center for Equality, for whom she has litigated human rights cases for 20 years. For her many years of human rights work, Bitan has won myriad social and legal awards and prizes, among which are the Alliance Prize for Education and Social Change in 2016, the Minister of Social Equality Award for Organizations Fighting Violence Against Women in 2016.
No need to elaborate on this.
Okay, sorry. So to wrap it up, she has so many prizes, so we are really honored. And she's nominated Forbes 50 Most Influential Women in Israel in 2015. So we are really happy to have you today and really honored. And thank you for your work, and thank you for standing for human rights and justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manel. This is so kind of you to introduce me this way. And thank you, of course, Martha and ISGAP for this opportunity to speak here today. And I speak here both as a universalist, as a universal feminist, as a human rights lawyer, as an Israeli, as a Jewish woman, all of the above, and you know, normally these identities would work together with me being part of a global community of feminists, of human rights activists with whom I worked for decades now throughout my legal work, which used to be also on the academic part, but also as an activist. I established, founded an NGO that took to the courts cases of sexual violence, again, mainly against women, but not exclusively, but as we know, it is perpetrated mainly against women, and actually being able to design new tools within the legal system to combat sexual violence, mainly through cases or lawsuits against perpetrators and enablers to allow compensation for victims of sexual violence. And as I said, we worked, I was working together with a global community, which I was a part of. Politics seemed to be not part of what I was doing with them. And solidarity, feminist solidarity was the baseline for everything until October 7th arrived, when Hamas launched the deadly surprise attack on the state of Israel. Under the cover of the chaos created by the attack, severe and systematic sexual violence was perpetrated primarily against female civilians, as we know, and as well as against other individuals encountered. And the widespread chaos disrupted the functioning of emergency, medical, security, first responders who were responsible for responding to terrorist attacks and for aiding the victims, and thereby impairing the ability of the state mechanisms to actually identify and document these heinous crimes. And despite myriad indications from the field and the unprecedented involvement of vulnerable women with hundreds of armed, bloodthirsty men, terrorists, The response to the sexual crimes was largely minimal and even bordered on denial, a fact that undermined the ability to generate recognition for the victims, provide the systematic healing mechanisms, and subsequently hold the perpetrators accountable. Israeli feminists like myself reached out to our colleagues for support, recognition, and comfort, but gained mainly legal solidarity. UN Women, for instance, if we look at the main organizations that are mandated to do exactly that, to provide the statements, issue statements on the situation and to bring some kind of recognition to the victims at an instant manner. They issued their first statement regarding this issue only on December 3rd. It was a day before I gave a speech at the UN alongside others in an event that we were part of organizing on hear our voices for those who were silenced, as you so well described, Natalie. And ever since they did so only very rarely. In one of the cases that shattered my naive belief that even if we're now facing this kind of aloof type of reaction, I was still hoping that this is part of the chaotic situation in which we're in, and things will at some point get to the fact that we all realize that this is what happened here, definitely after having the report issued by Doctors Without Borders and the Pramila Paten's UN Secretary Deputy for Sexual Violence in Conflict Areas report, and so on and so forth. But then in one of the cases where I was invited to present my work, one of the NGOs, which was a crisis center, declined the invitation to come and participate in the event, stating that they believed that discussing the root causes of this sexual violence that was not even denied by the organization should be prioritized at this stage. So they refused coming to hear about it and think about it as experts in the field, but rather to discuss the root causes of such sexual violence. So, the question is always whether these reactions are a reflection of these old type or bad old, I should say good old anti-Semitism, or that they are politically driven from maybe other ends of the political spectrum. And actually, as an academic, I don't have a good answer for that. And what I prioritize doing, as they said, was to make sure that there are no such lacunas in processes or in understanding the way many evidence were lost, regarding of the fact that some of the evidence were definitely there already, but the extent to which these systematic crimes were executed, it was very clear that it was not reflected in the amount of evidence that was surfacing from the field. And what I wanted to do in my work was to try and look at the process of the loss of evidence, look at the chaos in the eyes, and understand, break it to the systematic manner in which the first responders, and also some of them were secondary responders, meaning they were not in the field itself, could not either identify what they were seeing as sexual crimes, or could not recover the forensic physical evidence while the potential was there to do it, under other circumstances. I think this is part of the puzzle. Is like, but we're talking about Israel. We're not in a third world state right now where we mostly see these weaponization of women by terrorists taking place, and the legal investigative systems are very poor in many respects, and they don't have the ability to really collect the evidence, and they're dysfunctional in many other ways. Okay, and I'm saying it from a critical point of view, God forbid from a, I'm not rating their work, but here in Israel, like this superpower, this ultra-modern Western state, how can something like this happen? And the answer to those who who have the bias would be that nothing of this kind has happened, and this is why there's no evidence, and there's no other way to explain it. And I wanted to share with you just one tweet from yesterday that I came across, saying, "Zero proof Hamas raped anyone. That was all lies used to sell genocide. It's disgusting to still peddle the lies today, knowing you're doing so in order to start up the slaughter of more Palestinian children." So we see that this denial is absolutely still roaming. This is not an account with 2 followers. There are many accounts of this type. And as Natalie said, they're both, denying it, but justifying it at the same time. So this obscurity is exactly, I think, where professional work by experts can be handy, useful, relevant. And in this respect, I'm trying to always speak at the level of, speak as a lawyer, even though what you will see now is that our project, the project that I initiated with 3 more lawyers, was of a non-political manner, in the sense that we were looking at what has happened. We were looking at the loss of evidence from a very, one might say, even academic point of view, but definitely a professional one, because I'm very well experienced in representing victims of sexual assaults, even though nothing prepared us to what we saw happening here. So what you see on the left side is Pramila Paten's report, which has been, the target of endless criticism ever since she provided it, even though she was using the same practices she's been using in other cases. But at the same time, I have to say that it was indeed a very different case, even for an expert like her to investigate. And what you see here is the challenges and limitations in the collection of information from the field. And that was this line that is here, I think in the report, she dedicates maybe a page to that. This was my account in speaking to Patten and her team, trying to illuminate the fact that regardless of how much they know of other cases that happened, something here was very different. It was under a terrorist attack, a one-day terrorist attack. So we know that, weaponizing women's bodies by terrorist organizations is something that we've already seen, unfortunately, in growing numbers and instances. But to have it on a one-time, one-day terrorist attack is something that we haven't encountered yet. And these were the challenges that I wanted to expand on in our own work. So I want to say that our report was published on November 25th, the International Day against violence against women. And it was just recently presented in the UN to a few relevant bodies. So the framing to me was to learn from what has happened. So first of all, to understand what has happened, how the loss of evidence happened, and then to learn from that for future cases, and in the process to document the, these failures. They're not all failures. Some of them are so understandable, and some of them can be criticized, but that was not what I was looking for. I was looking to expose these processes also as a means to have a second chance to tell the stories of those who were forever silenced, because with them the voices or the account of what has happened was just gone. So we have the victims level, speaking on behalf of them. The national level, I was looking into what has happened in Israel, and also to rebuild better the response mechanisms in Israel itself. This is something that we've already started doing, working with all kinds of first responders, organizations and bodies. And there's the international level on which we work right now. We're still in the process of convincing the international community that this is something that should be pursued on an international level, providing some protocols as to what can be done under such extreme circumstance to collect evidence, to allow the truth to come forward, and to allow the recognition for the victims. So there were a few stages to writing the report. First, we mapped the first and secondary responders that could have had access to these evidence, to these indications, as I later will treat them as indications more than evidence. But in order to make sure that once we see who has the access, to try and see how they worked and how they should be working in future cases. So, for example, combat soldiers are the first responders under a terrorist attack, right? But they have access, but the ability to change their manner of operation under these circumstances to collect evidence is it's very minimal. So here, for example, we're talking mainly about consciousness raising, and that's it. When you fight for the lives of others, you don't deal with these issues. But there are other military units that are specializing on getting into the places after the combat situation is relaxed, and starting to evacuate to understand exactly what happened there. But we're talking still about very first responders when the bodies are already there. So the combat units would fight the terrorists back, and and trying to get the fire ceased. But at the same time, there are units that are search and scan units and rescue units and so on and so forth, that are military units that can be very helpful in that respect. We've taken in-depth interviews with over 40 interviewees of these agencies in all type of levels to make sure that we both understand what the policy is from above and how the work on the ground looked like. And then we analyzed the testimonies to see where what the elements were of causing this evidentiary damage. We did propose a new paradigm. One of them is quasi-legal, to look at the terrorists as those who caused the damage to the evidence, and therefore to shift the burden to them to prove in cases of indications that was not the case, instead of putting all the burden on the victims, which is something that is, ultra condemnable when it comes to feminist, basic feminist behavior in blaming the victims or putting the burden on them. And then we designed a set of recommendations and best practices for optimal preparedness, both on the national and international levels. So what we did was first to analyze and identify what we saw there as a raid terrorist attack on a Western state, a strong state, which implies that there's going to be a complete chaos because the main target would be to cause as many fatalities as possible, as opposed to, you know, a terrorist organization roaming the territories, sometimes getting in, sometimes getting out, but they're always in the vicinity. Think of even Boko Haram, who, you know, raided a school and kidnapped the girls, the innocent girls from there. At the same time, they are always in the vicinity. Their domination of the territory is way longer and stronger than what you would see in Israel, and that's why the high, almost unbelievable number of casualties is relevant there. And in this respect, we were looking at other countries' experiences. Nothing looked exactly like that, but there are commonalities that from which we can learn and they can learn from our experience to better cope with this situation. And also, you know, if it happened to us, it can happen to you too, is something that I think becoming more and more relevant, since Israel has always been the world's, you know, laboratory for imitation for terrorists. And this is something that is scientifically proven, and we know that these raid attacks can happen today in Europe, in some of the cities where you have these places where terrorists are in a way, you know, hiding within civilian communities, and we know that this is happening in Europe already, and the question is whether this can be translated into a raid attack of this type. And when there's a raid attack, again, normally when, I can give you one example that we all know of, think of the Bataclan theater. So they were holding, they had dominance over the theater for almost 3 hours. And what we would think is that they would use it as a means to kill as many people as possible, right? That's all that's going on there. And there were rumors at some stage that some of the survivors said that there were also sexual attacks in there. And we will never know whether this is true or not, because no one has looked into it, since our perception and conceptions are that, you know, terrorist raiding are here to kill and get out. And this was part of exactly what the mindset was in Israel. So what are the investigative challenges? We pointed to the many of them. So when you have a combat condition and time constraints for the terrorists, right? They know that someone is gonna, like, I think they were shocked to learn that the IDF is not there within, I don't know, way shorter time than it eventually arrived there. But definitely the fact that the active combat scenes were also crime scenes. So how do you analyze a crime scene when it's a combat scene? You don't even think. So we spoke to the first responders from the IDF units, and they said, we would have never imagined, okay? And in some of the cases, we were, like in most of the cases, we were approaching first responders using, you know, the fact that my work is fairly known in Israeli public space, and when I approached people and said that I would like to interview them, or my team would like to, they would normally agree. And at some stage, people heard that this is what we were doing, and when we approached them, they said, we have nothing we can tell you about this, but only while sitting together and changing, you know, doing this shift in the conception that they had in looking, like getting into a room and seeing someone tied up with her pajama, taken up, and for them, they thought that she was a victim of a terrorist attack. She was shot in the head. She was on her stomach. So maybe the pajama just somehow, you know what I mean? They didn't even have the notion or the possibility crossing their minds. And only when we asked, did you see something out of the ordinary for a terrorist attack? Did you, maybe you can go back to where you were and think it through again? That was when sometimes some of them just said, you know what? Now that I think of it, now that you put it this way, maybe I have something to share with you. And the body abduction threats also were a reason for the rescue unit to just, evacuate as many bodies as possible, regardless of how they looked, where they were, how they were positioned, nothing. So you don't start taking pictures when you're worried that body snatching is happening, and we know that this has happened, and we know that there are still bodies being held of people in Gaza today that were taken at that day. So the need to take them all out. So in some of the cases, we had one first responder telling us that they went to one of the main places that we know of, and just grabbed all the dead bodies from the scene and put them on a trailer, and just the minute they had the opportunity, they managed to go back to a safer place. And so all the women, the dead women, were actually on this back of a truck, laid on each other, compiled in a way just to save them from being snatched. But then if you think of it from like a forensic evidence point of view, this is devastating. Okay, another example is of one of the search unit commander who said he saw a woman tied to a pole with like wearing only her lower body garment, and what he did was to take her down from the pole and to cover her. And he describes, he's like this amazing guy, and he's also a father of daughters, and he's well trained. And he said, he used to be in an elite combat unit, and he said that all he could do was to lay her on the floor, to cover her, and to hug her and to cry. Now, again, from a humanitarian point of view, this is what we want people to do, to not lose their humanistic behavior when they see such atrocity. But at the same time, again, from a legal point of view, this is catastrophic. Like the fact that he has not taken a picture of her. And when I said, why didn't you take a picture? But I didn't say it like that because I didn't want them to, because they were washed up with blame at some stage. They were like, oh my God, what did I do? Why did I not take a picture? Why did we not do this and that? And I said, you should not blame yourself for that, but I'm trying to understand, would it be possible for you to think of taking out a picture? And for him, at this stage, he could do that. He was in a situation where he could do that, but he said, it would have never crossed my mind because this would be another violation of a humanistic value for me, to take her picture with her breasts outside, why would I do that? And then he said, of course, now that you say it, this is something that we should train our soldiers to do. And he also said, he and also the all kind of volunteers who are, that religion is very much, very relevant to issues of death and burial. And there were many religious first responders who said, this is against everything we know and think of. We would never take out the cell phones and have these pictures, but some of them did because they realized those who were the more trained, I have to say, the more veteran ones took pictures, and some of them, they were with us. It was the first time for them to even show it, because up until that moment they felt that this was desecrating these women or these people, and some of them showed us pictures that were not even shown to anyone else, but rather to us. For the first time, they felt, it's been a few months, and they felt a bit more comfortable, and we made it we used the Murad Code type of interview setting, even though they were not the direct victims of the Murad Code. But I think that in many respects, as you said, the trauma, the overwhelming trauma, the fact that they encountered all of these made us look at them very differently from what you would expect from a witness or treat a witness with. So they felt comfortable enough to just pull out their phones and show it to us. And it's also, I think, very confusing, because you were referring beforehand to the fact that many of the atrocities were not just filmed, but also broadcasted, right? Even as they were happening, and people would say, so they recorded everything. How come? And showed everything. This is what terrorists do. They terrorize you. Why wouldn't they show this as well? So this is an evidence for that not happening. And again, the singularity of sexual crimes is relevant also in here. And this is where, I could lean on to my vast experience in this field. And you were talking, I think, Charles, about also the shame, or I think Natalie said the shame, or what is the motivation to come forward? You would expect that you were attacked by Hamas, and everyone would believe you, and why not do that? Why not share it even with the police, with people in Israel? And the answer would be no. When it comes to these type of crimes, the reaction is very different. We still have a victim, a direct surviving victim, as opposed to the fact that most of them are not with us. They were brutally murdered, and there are accounts of eyewitness or hearing witnesses, as you said, more so, saying that. One of the victims has been contacting us, I think, for half a year now, not being able to bring herself to meet with us. Each time she meets with us, and she retracts. And you would say, like, what is the interest? Why would she be so hesitant? It's us. And then you realize, like, I'm asking myself, what is her interest? Like, because once she comes forward, all of the not just the victims, but also people in Israel who have their own political agendas would just, push her to come forward with this first-hand account of what has happened. You have on the other side all the horrific, anti-Israel, unfortunately also pro-Palestine, as if this is necessarily, I'm pro-Palestine in many ways. Like, I want the Palestinians to live in peace and everything, but nowadays, of course, it's not either this or that. You have to have both together. So pro-Palestinians, hunting her on social media and other means. I'm sure you have experienced something like that, right?
Yeah, I was doxxed. I had to hire like 2 different cybersecurity companies to hide all my personal information online, because my information was being shared on dark websites.
Yeah, so with me as well, I found in my email all kind of threats and hunting in. Exactly. So we know that their motivation to come and speak up is very low, and we still have. It was amazing to realize, speaking to crime scene unit investigators about, at some stage the bodies were brought to a morgue, right? The Shura base, where they were all brought to, and there was an another opportunity to look at the bodies and to see what has been done to them. And then we spoke to the CSI personnel, and they said, you know what, I'll be frank with you. And by the way, unfortunately, they were mostly men, or all men in the case that I interviewed. And they said, there's a priority in hierarchy in investigating crimes. We see a dead body, we see a shot, we understand that this is the reason for death, this is the cause for death. You have to understand that we are talking here about hundreds and hundreds of bodies needing to be identified and brought back to their families to start the mourning. And there was no time, and the way we looked at it, there was no point in starting doing it. They're already not here, and there are hundreds of others still need to be identified. And you have to understand that identification process in Israel is done only by CSI personnel. So this is also something that we can learn from. This cannot be the case, because they need to have the personal identification, so they prioritize that to investigative work that they are the only ones, authorized and skilled to do. And so on and so forth, many other challenges. The examples of sexual violence under terrorist attack are a bit different, I think, from what we know. They were expanded in many ways. I have the like a visual version of the report. There's also the report with me in here for those who look for it, and there's a website, sexualterror.com, where you can see all the analysis that we provided in there. But what I wanted to show you was the way we decided at some stage that given the fact that the loss of evidence is so crucial and it's so massive, and we understand exactly how that happened, we asked ourselves, so what can we bring to the fore that would indicate that sexual violence has happened, and if someone wants to say something else or to debate it or to debunk it, they can do it on their own side. And that's how we got to the notion of indications. So we were looking for indications, and there were many of these. So evidence, there are not this much. Indications, there are many of this type. And you can see the handcuffing or leg cuffing, hematomas next to genitalia, bodies with spread legs, underwear scattered in the scene. And I want to, with this specific indication, to show you the next picture. Look at this picture. So what we see here, so one of the interviewees that we spoke with, who said, I met her casually in one of in a place where we were both commended for our work after October. She was in October 7th. She was a high commander in the police, and I was invited for my work on this topic, and and as she spoke there on how October 7th, how she functioned in the field on October 7th, I told myself, I have to speak to her afterwards. We were still in the process of interviewing people, and she's a great example for someone with whom we sat later on. She said, she already saw my presentation. She said, Ifat, I have nothing to give you in this respect. I was there, I was in the party area later on after the terrorists were gone. And in Route 232, which was the escape route that became the death route for the youngsters leaving the party. And then when we sat with her, it was just amazing to see how she rethought what she was singing. She said, you know what? I recall seeing underwear scattered on the ground. And I said, okay, and what crossed your mind at the time? And she said, I don't know, it seemed odd, but there were clothing, spread all over the place. So I thought of it as yet another, item of clothing that I see. But now that I think of it, like maybe, a shawl, a shirt a men's shirt makes sense to take it off. It was very hot, as you said, right? And so on and so forth. But to have underwear scattered, it doesn't make any sense. And while we were processing what she said, we were looking at pictures taken from one of the places. It wasn't the party area. And that some of the photographers, there were 2 main photographers allowed in very early after the attack. And they took, random pictures, like tens of thousands of them. And one of the things that we recommended, for example, is to have an AI-based tool to look for example, underwear, women's underwear scattered, because it doesn't make sense to see a bra on the route 232 just thrown on the ground in a terrorist attack. Why would it be there? So this is something that we encountered ourselves. Like we started to look over pictures and it was just a random looking, because these are, like, we're talking now about almost 500,000 digital evidence that the police has. And we got from the photographers access to some of their pictures. So we were just looking, boom, we saw this. So these are indications. In another case, there was a woman not found in the home where she was texting her family from, being there with her spouse, and eventually she was found in another house where another young woman was staying, and this house was burned to the ground. This is why she was missing for a while, because they thought that she was supposed to be in the other house where she lived and where she texted her family from. So these are indications. These are not evidence, but these are strong indications to what has happened. And we made some key policy recommendations and best practices, very specific best practices, as I gave you some examples throughout the talk. But you can see, for example, creating an alert and report mechanisms. Even at the Shura camp, there was no such mechanism. So if one of the physicians, we have interviewed a few physicians from the Shura camp who worked there in the identification process. They were all dentists. They were using the dental means of identification, and they noticed a few things. That one of them noticed that one of the bodies was without a breast. So she said, it seemed very odd. So what I could do was just, to ask a photographer that was roaming the place. There was no systematic picture taking. There was not enough time, not enough manpower, not enough. The conditions were horrible. They're all, traumatized to the bone, these physicians, these dentists, all women, the ones that we interviewed. And she asked him to come and take a picture, and that was it. And she said, I raised it and moved forward, and it haunted me, but I didn't know what to do with it. And I knew that at the minute she was gone and, given to her family for burial, that was it. And what is the use of causing so much pain to the families now, and so on and so forth. So we have now offered all this set of best practices which we think are relevant both on a national and international level. This has been our work, and I think that it is so important to understand these challenges within this new context of a short-lived terrorist attack and sexual violence in a way that we haven't seen before. This is, unfortunately, we've endured it. We know how it looks like. We know how traumatic it is, not just to need to deal with the reality that this has happened, but also to struggle to have a voice and to have someone believe you that this has happened. Even for me as an expert, you know, the frustration that was, and the sense of desertion and of betrayal. You were asking what was the sense. Betrayal from a legal point of view, in a way, like you were entrusted with a mandate, like these organizations, right, to do exactly that, and you betrayed your mission, and you were unlawful in the way you reacted, but also, of course, you know, for the victims themselves, to the very many civilians who were triggered by this case. So research in Israel shows that it has impacted women generally for the worst, and women feel way less secure from a sexual point of view in Israel right now. Those who have endured in the past, who were past victims of sexual assaults, were triggered immensely. There are indications for sexual misconduct in school children, all kind of impacts that are horrifying on the one hand, but need to go through the acknowledgement in order to have them dealt with in the way it should be dealt with. So these are on the upper picture. You can see us. I was sitting with the committee, like the governmental committee for women's issues, presenting our research findings, asking them, calling them to change the protocols in Israel, and also elsewhere. Here is the Canadian Minister of Foreign Affairs, also to whom I provided this information. And that used to be the last slide in this PPT that I presented at the UN in the middle of January. And as triggering and horrifying as it is, at least we can sign now and know that they're in good hands, and their rehabilitation is just, the journey is just starting for them. So sexualterror.com is where our website with all the different versions, the shortened, the expanded versions of the reports can be found. That's it.
Thank you, Yifat, for your exposition and your work. So I think it's very important what you are doing, because you are doing a huge job collecting data, and I know that in the UN, if you don't have data, you don't have access to justice. So this is what UN Women Director said yesterday about all women in conflict, like in Ukraine, in DRC, or in Israel. So I leave the floor to the audience to ask questions, maybe, and then maybe we come back to the discussion about how to document sexual violence in the conflict area and terror attacks.
If I may just respond for a second to what you said, I'm not aware of this statement. I think it's a very important one.
Yes,
so in this,
she said
okay,
so this Parliament. Yeah.
So even if we take it at face value that this is exactly the case, and this is what I was discussing with Pramila Patton in my recent encounter with her in January in the UN, was exactly that. And I said, you know what? Let's go for an intermediate level in which you do not call now for legal accountability necessarily, but at the same time, you do not desert it because you don't have the evidence, right? Otherwise, you're going from 0 to 100, and normally it never goes to 100. We have de facto impunity when it comes to sexual violence, and what UN Women officer just said now is exactly that. So in that respect, I'm not here to, fight with them about how they reacted, but rather to think together of ways in which we can create a new space for recognition, not necessarily accountability. It is a condition for accountability, I think, later on. It's going to be probably driving more towards accountability than not, but it's not necessarily a legal phase right now.
Can I make 2 comments
Yes, of course.
based on testimonies that I think will add to your presentation before we have any questions? One was from a fellow survivor. In her testimony, she was saying that as she was hiding from the terrorists, she was cursing herself. She was so angry at herself because typically at festivals like these, it's hot out, you're wearing like fun clothing, and she was so angry at herself. She was like, if they find me and they rape me, and then my family sees photos of what I was wearing,
Exactly.
the world is gonna blame me and say that they raped me because of what I was wearing. And it comes back to this idea of victim blaming and of girls blaming themselves for what happened, or she was blaming herself for what might happen. So there's that part of it of the victims really blaming themselves, and a lot of them not wanting to share what happened to them.
I think we heard something of that type a little bit with the Shani looks parading of her body, when people said, "What do you want? This is how she looks like," and
it's disgraceful. It's horrible that people speak that way, because the way a girl is dressed is never an excuse for raping her or
parading her.
Yeah. And then secondly, I gave my testimony to the Shoah Foundation. The Shoah Foundation takes testimonies of Holocaust survivors, and more recently they were taking testimonies of survivors of October 7th, and I gave my testimony. And after my testimony, a woman walked in, and she was about to give her testimony. She introduced herself to me, and she said that she was one of the main, for the first 4 days after the attacks, she was one of the main people at, I guess, like the morgue, down to the basement of the hospital, identifying the bodies and identifying how they were injured and how they were killed. And for those first 4 days, she slept maybe 4 hours a day, and she was like, for 20 hours of those first 4 days, she was just identifying bodies. And I asked her if I could sit in on her testimony because I wanted to hear it firsthand. And the things that I heard from her firsthand experiences were really horrific. And she mentioned that this is something she would volunteer herself, because she's a surgeon. She would volunteer every year because not a lot of people want to do this job. And she would volunteer every year. And she said that the identifications that she had to do for those first 4 days was so hard because other than the place of impact where you see how the person was killed, the rest of them was so beautiful. She said that usually when she was doing identifications, it was either soldiers or police force or regular civilians, and it was very easy to just, not look at them as a human and just look at them as a body and identify like how they were killed. And she said that when she was identifying the people from the Nova Festival, that it was so hard because the rest of them was so beautiful, like their makeup, the way it was done, their hair, just every part of them was so beautiful. And then you saw the place of impact, and she mentioned some of the injuries, and some of them was like blunt force to the pelvic area,
pelvic area, destroying
genitalia, giant wounds like in their stomach of being shot repeatedly over and over again. So it's just I wanted to sit and I wanted to hear firsthand what she had witnessed, and it was very hard to hear, but there's clear evidence of the violence.
Of the violence, yes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention that little extra piece.
I'm curious, I know there were attempts to distance Hamas from the sexual assault, like comments about, those were civilians coming in, or it wasn't like a direct military order, and I didn't hear very much. I just assumed that some of that was false. But what do we know about like what Hamas actually ordered versus how much of the assault was carried out just by cruel people that were taking advantage of the situation.
So, the question is whether this is, like, if we're talking legal terms, so legal terms, aiding and abetting and allowing and facilitating is enough in that respect. So, but at the same time, the main difficulty in this respect, and I think that it has a lot to do with sexual crimes and rapes, is the individual attribution. So it's the main problem is not to attribute it to Hamas, because even if these were civilians that you allowed in, and you opened the gate literally to them getting in, that would be easier to handle. The most challenging part is the attribution, and I think that the attribution part on an individual level is way less relevant under these circumstances, because murderers, even if you look at Shani Luke's parading atrocity and the individuals who did that, you see them on the pickup truck on the back, and by now I think all of them or most of them were killed by the IDF. So the attribution is very easy in these cases, the individual attribution. Doing it for a sexual crime, it's almost impossible, and to me it's irrelevant in many respects. So, and what do we know about their intentions and planning of doing so? Thankfully, the international law is around these issues, is shaped around the consequence of being able to spot the vast, systematic use of sexual violence as satisfying the need for the legal need to declare it as a crime against humanity, and so on and so forth. So from a factual point of view, I'm not sure if there was, I have to maybe put a disclaimer here. I'm not part of the investigative team. I'm also not a practicing investigative criminal expert. I have had access to many of the indications and materials, both from open access, from speaking to people in the field. So we know that there is a claim that there was some kind of instruction that was written instruction that was found by the Secret Service in Israel. I cannot attest to that. But what I can attest to is that in one of the cases, for example, a random volunteer at the Shura camp dealt with a body who he thought was of a soldier, because you know that some of the militants, the terrorists, wore uniform. That was very confusing. So he thought it was a soldier, and then starting to take care of the body, he realized that that was not a soldier, and he found on him an open box of condoms. So, maybe he was just taking it with him everywhere because that's the type of guy he is. And maybe that was part of a planning. And in a way, I think as feminists, and looking at the experience that we have in these, in human history, we know that whenever the possibility of encountering vulnerable women, when you are, armed head to toe, this is at least something that crosses your mind, if not pre-planned. But we don't need the pre-planning for the crimes against humanity part of it.
Sure. It's slightly, I suppose it's slightly a similar question to yours, but I was really struck by what you said about shifting the paradigms and shifting the burden of proof back to Hamas. Sort of anecdotally, one of the things that I found very frustrating through my own research process is that there is not enough attention paid to how Hamas booby-trapped bodies. And even at the shore base, there were reports that personnel had to evacuate and bomb squad had to come in and check the bodies. But in terms of kind of going back to the burden of proof, to the proof and to the loss of evidence, did you find that in locations where a third wave of terrorists kind of were able to hit, that there was significantly more evidence lost because of the looting versus locations where maybe a first or second wave hit comparatively?
I think, I cannot tell you that we analyzed something of this type. We can do such, in-depth analysis of this kind. But if you think of the concept of crime scene contamination, then it's basic.
Yeah.
And some of the burnings that happened in houses of bodies were happening under the third wave actions, whatever, I don't know how to call it, like atrocities. So at the time when we were working on the report, at some stage we thought that burning was not necessarily just a means of, just being vicious, but rather a means of distracting the evidence collection. Now this could definitely be part of it, and we know that in criminology this is a classic means to distract and contaminate a crime scene.
Can I add something to going back to your question about whether or not certain things were done by what was considered Hamas militants or civilians? I think people try to put emphasis on that because they're trying to make what happened a political issue, which none of this should be political. For example, me giving my testimony, a lot of college campuses will not allow me to come give my testimony. They say it's too political. Talking about the atrocities that happened shouldn't be political, and I think when people try to put the blame specifically either on Hamas or civilians that weren't actually part of Hamas, it's going back to this idea of trying to make it a political issue, which it shouldn't be. So I just want to add that.
Thank you. Maybe Mark?
I have a number of questions, thoughts. Maybe just ask one and then some other later. We have to talk. We have to stop. You mentioned at the very beginning in the presentation that you went to some meeting where we were supposed to talk about it, and then people said, let's not talk about this sexual violence, let's talk about sexual violence in general, or what are the reasons?
No. Let's talk about this specific sexual violence's root causes.
Oh, this particular?
Yes.
So now I thought
they did not even deny it.
Do you want to expand what you mean by talk about the root causes? What did they mean?
Well, I don't know what they meant. I'm just reading to you from the message that the organizer got, and
but I think you're implying something by that, and I know what you mean, but I want you to say what you mean.
I think they're insinuating that even if it had happened, then it must have happened as part of a resistance that is justified in and of itself, and that's what they wanted to.
Well, but there was a question. You actually experienced reluctance to speak about this particular. And then you said let's talk about this particular, but you actually experienced was that people want to subsume it into.
Yes, I have the
right. So this is
message.
That's what I was asking, because I think it matches pattern that we have very often when Jews or Israelis are targeted in particular. For example, when you have anti-Semitic violence. Or anti-Semitic crime. Let's talk about racial discrimination in general. Let's talk about. I
think it's a bit different, but this experience is also very well known. We just experienced that outside, right? So they were not saying. I don't know. To you, they said maybe later. In some of the cases, when I went, when I was speaking out, people said, "Well, you know what? We're not denying that this has happened, but we see no reason to focus on that. Let's focus about the safety of women in the Middle East. So UN Women used this tactic repeatedly with regards to this, whenever they mentioned the hostages, for example, and women in Gaza.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. There's like
That's different.
But I think it somehow matches up with a pattern where, like, you know, people refuse to talk about, like, or like when Jews or Israelis are being victimized, right? Because, like, let's talk about racism in general. Let's talk about discrimination in general. Let's talk about, like, you know, like sexual crimes in general, and not like actually what happened there, about, like, you know, to these victims. So maybe we can talk about it a bit later. But I feel like, you know, there's some kind of analogy when you, for example, go and like try to like exclude this particular victims and like subsume them, like, you know, when you say like, no, let's talk about them, or like, you know, it's being like reverted to some kind of sense of entitlement. But
so I want to say something about this, even though it's, you know, the motivation is normally to silence you, speaking about Jews and Israelis. I think there's a way to turn it on its head and utilize this type of saying to say something of the type that I'm putting to the fore here in this version of the report. I have the version that focuses on the Israeli case, and I have these lessons for global preparedness. No problem. You think that this is something that should be discussed within a broader context of how do we assist, how do we make sure that we fight escaping from responsibility to sexual crimes by terrorist organizations? Here you go. Here is the mechanism. And this is what I do. Like, this is what I do when in this version of the report. So you can play with it. Just don't fall for, okay, this is why you should be silenced. No, this is exactly why not only I should speak up, you should be listening and taking notes. And this is where, when I opened with the saying that anti-Semitism, you know, regardless of its peculiarities, it is still a bias, a form of racism in many respects. And in this case, this is the motivation, the way I look at it, not to leave space for such thoughts, emotions, motivations to distract us from seeking justice. So what I do here is exactly that. I'm just, you know, providing the more systematic way of looking at this gap of evidence, not to allow anti-Semites say it's just because you're liars and there are no evidence. It's because of the loss of evidence caused by the systematic blah, blah, blah means, as the indications show.
At the last symposium here, like 2 months ago, the young woman spoke. She had been a student at a UK university, and she said that when she asked one of her professors about the sexual assault on October 7th, that her professor responded that it was, if I'm remembering correctly, it's impossible for Israeli women to be raped because they're the oppressor.
Okay.
And that was, I mean, one of the most extreme statements I've heard. Like, I know a lot of feminists were silent, but I'm wondering how many of those types of things have you heard where it's actually like blatantly denying the humanity?
So I think saying the root causes is bad enough.
Similar.
But what you're saying is just against, you know, scholarly evidence. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
I'm afraid it's not. And I'll tell you why. About 3 weeks after October 7th, I went to a teach-in at Columbia University in New York. And it's a day that I'll never forget as long as I live. At the teach-in, there were professors at one of the best universities in the world, in philosophy and literary criticism and in gender studies. These were feminist scholars and doctoral students. So see, these are masters of the literature. These are serious thinkers, well-educated. And they were arguing that October the 7th was justified as a legitimate form of resistance against the occupation, and that all of Israel is occupied. And these were the professors of gender studies. These were feminists, postmodern feminists, a la Judith Butler, who still to this day says that Hamas and Hezbollah need to be perceived as part of the progressive global left. I'm quoting her directly. And they were saying that the violence and the sexual violence will only end when the occupation ends, and that resistance is justified by all means. They went on to say that anybody that hinders the resistance need to be dealt with by all means. So they were having a very sophisticated, high-level intellectual call, not just for the destruction and the continued rape and torture of Israelis. They were actually calling for the murder of Columbia University students, staff, and faculty who stood in the way of resistance.
Wow.
So once again, I don't want to sound too, and I don't want to give a lecture, sound too, and I'm saying this as a scholar. The final solution, there were 23 people that came up with the final solution. 19 were PhDs. The best universities in Germany, the professors of divinity, theology, eugenics, biology, philosophy, lay the groundwork for racist anti-Semitism. The intellectuals provided the foundation for the final solution. And tragically, we don't have the capacity, I would say, unlike the study of race and sexism in our society, we have a long way to go. But if you get a good liberal education, you have some decent understanding of the history of racism and sexism. We do not have that understanding of contemporary anti-Semitism in Western Christian civilization. And we're repeating itself. We're repeating. The Christians had replacement theology. Edward Said, in 1983, said that he was the last remaining Jewish intellectual, and that he was the only inheritor to the Frankfurt School of Thought, which was created by Jewish refugees who survived the Holocaust, and that Jewish scholars in America have become fat scribes in the suburbs. The Palestinians were the Jews, and the Israelis and the Jews were the Nazis. And when he said this in 1983, people thought he had a bad day. But
He said that they were the Nazis?
The Jews and the Israelis were the Nazis, and the Palestinians were the Jews. And when he said this in 1983, people thought he had a bad day, or he was detached from reality. But this is the discourse in academia. And I'll just, sorry, I could go on and on. I just spent, I was in Chicago a few days ago with the International Hillel students at a meeting. I was there with Natan Sharansky and some other people. There were 600 student leaders there. Brilliant, impressive young people, really amazing. And I study this stuff, and where ISGAP is engaged in this stuff. I was shocked at the level of integration of genocidal, anti-Zionist, anti-Israel, anti-Jewish thought in the classroom, in curriculum, and then from the classroom to the encampments, to the campus, and listening to what students are going through. Supervisors not willing to supervise doctoral, postdoctoral students anymore, students leaving universities in large numbers, people experiencing...
You don't mean all students, you mean Jewish students?
Particularly Jewish students. Being singled out for being Jewish, Zionist, supporting Israel or Israelis, leaving universities, having threats of physical violence, having physical violence. It was shocking for me, and I'm engaged in this all the time. So it's a crisis. It's really a crisis philosophically in terms of the curriculum, and it's being now brought to the practical daily lives of many Jewish people in the United States and around the world, and it's legitimized by intellectuals. And it probably, I think it even I would argue it started in the classroom about 40 years ago, and here we are.
Something I would like to say that I really advocate for in a lot of my speaking engagements, particularly in the United States, is that the root of most of that anti-Semitism that we're seeing today, at least from what I've experienced in the US, is the education system really failing us. The fact that the education system failing us. The fact that...
Higher education system.
No,
no.
I'm talking about K through 12.
Really? In America?
Yeah. There's no Jewish history included in American history or world history. Personally, when I learned about World War II, when we spoke about the Holocaust, all my teacher said was, and then the Holocaust happened, and then moved on. Did not go into detail at all. And I raised my hand. I was like, are you not going to teach the rest of the students? Like, I knew that the other Jewish students like me that were going to Hebrew school twice a week. We were learning about the Holocaust, but I was like, what about everyone else? How are they going to learn about what happened during World War II to the Jewish people? So I speak a lot about the fact that we need a reform in the public school education system. And other than that, other than, you know, covering the Holocaust, because I think the fact that when we talk about Jewish history and we talk about the Holocaust, I think a lot of also the reason why people think that Jews are white supremacists and that we actually originated in Europe is because we only talk about the Holocaust when we talk about Jews. And we need to also add to that Jewish world history, all the history of Jews in the Middle East and all the persecution that we went through in the Middle East, in Iraq, in Syria, in Morocco, in Egypt,
Yemen,
and
Libya.
Iran, where my family is from. Actually, the Iranian Jews are, I think, one of the only groups of the Jewish diaspora that did not have to move around like everyone else, because we didn't experience persecution for many years in Iran, in what was Persia. And that's why when I did 23andMe, I got 97% Persian. My family was really there from the first exile from Judea up until the recent revolution, as they call it. But it's really, from what I've experienced, it's the education system failing us. It's ignorance and lack of education is fueling this anti-Semitism. And then that lack of education goes into people going into college and then learning things that aren't true.
But not all Jewish children go to Hebrew school twice a week.
No, of course.
And the overwhelming majority of Jewish kids who are not from observant households share the same ignorance.
It's very sad to see. So, and they're our biggest enemies, because when Jewish people come out and say that I'm on the opposite side, people use them as kind of like a trope, and they're like, oh, well, look, if they agree with it, then that must mean it's true.
It can happen. It's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, but when it does happen, people really like if you see videos online of certain Jewish, they call themselves like influencers, who are on the opposite side, their videos get shared more than anyone's.
What are the sides then? What are the sides you're saying? Are there two sides, or there are many sides, or just two sides?
Well, there's many sides, but if they're saying that they're on the side of the resistance, as they want to call it,
then they would be praised and
yeah.
So
their opinion
you mean resistance to the continuation?
resistance is justified.
Yeah.
Continuation to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state.
A one-state solution as opposed to a two-state solution, and so on and so forth. There's a range, of course, but
Yeah.
the range can be.
That's a good question.
It's just really important for us to make explicit. I think some of us are, it's very easy to speak in code that makes sense to people who understand what we're saying. But in order to speak as broadly as possible, it's really important to make explicit and plain what we're saying.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, firstly, thank you. That was a great presentation. I had two comments and questions. The first one is I'm interested in the tension between the humanity, the humanistic tendencies of the I guess the people, not the IDF or the in any way first responders, to what they saw, and the tension of wanting to hug and cry instead of taking pictures.
He was an IDF. He was an IDF. He was an IDF high commander, very well experienced.
Interesting, because I think that what my interest was in how I understand that we can create systems for first responders and army personnel to deal with these things, like training. But how are we supposed to train civilians, normal people who come across? And I saw that was a policy recommendation to engage that. Is that, or was it not? It was some level of engage. How would it be possible moving forward to learn from this in order to, because it just, to me it does sound like it's against any human instinct. You can say as much as you want, you can train, but when you're in that situation, you see that, the first thing isn't to say, let's get my camera out, obviously. So is there going to be any way that we can implement that in that realm? Because terrorist attacks, the whole point of them is they're not necessarily in an army, military situation. They're in a civilian situation. That's my first point. My second point is on the sexual violence. Maybe forgive me if I missed it, but had you spoken at all about the sexual violence committed, if there was any, to men as well as women? Are there ways that we can use that in order to investigate the sexual violence committed against women? Or to look at the differences in ways that's spoken about for obviously many different reasons, that's in this context. in broader society in general, at least in Western society, sexual violence committed against men is very, not spoken about enough, in my opinion. So, are there ways that we can look at both those kind of in parallel?
Okay, thank you for these thoughtful questions. So, first one, I would say that we are looking for a systematic way of collecting evidence, and that would be through systematic first responders and secondary responders, not through civilians, occasional civilians. So occasional civilians might come across such indications, and in a way, I would expect the police, for example, to approach those who were in the party very, not intimidatingly, in a very, like offering them if they have an account that they would like to share, something like that, but not other than that. You do not start, educating the general public about how to, you could say that, whenever, there is a presumption that people, when they see an injustice, a crime being done, they should report about it, right? So maybe that's part of it. But the main thing is to actually systemize it and therefore train the systemic bodies that are responsible for responding. And as for your second question, first of all, I'm looking at, as someone who's been researching and representing in courts and so on and so forth, victims of sexual violence, the primary victims of such behavior are women. There are also men. I also represented men. Okay, it's important for me to say. And men are also mentioned in our report, cases of men being hurt. But at the same time, I think that maybe you made me rethink, because of the beautiful way you've put it, about why are women the target of sexual assault within the context of war, and you said they have a light that someone tries to take away from them. I think that
they're held to such a high, they're kind of idolized in a lot of cultures. That's why.
Oh yeah, so that not necessarily the light, but rather carrying in them in their sexuality, exactly, the honor, the so on and so forth. But also, it made me rethink that maybe this concept, maybe thinking of this being a way to drag women into wars, because women are not involved to the same extent, by all means, in armed conflicts the way men are. We know that with the ISIS, behavior, terrorist organization behavior right now, we've seen more involvement of women, but it's still a very manly thing. Both terror and war are men created, men operated, men benefiting off of it. And I think that this is actually a way of dragging women by their hair, by their bodies, against the light that is more, related more to women as being more relevant to definitely in the Middle East, to the domestic level, to the home arenas, and not to the outside. And this is a way to drag them into the war and to make them involved in what's happening.
Or is it to bring the war into the homes?
Also, we have a colleague, Amy Ellman. She writes on gender issues. And she also said how this ties into gendered identities of men. It's of Jewish men as being kind of weak and feminine and all these things, that it weakens the Israeli man. So she wrote a brilliant piece on this. How
there was a denial in Israel. I'm telling you, we had to fight the inner denial as well. It was for different reasons, but it was...
for the man to be helpless.
Yeah, no one wanted to believe that. Not just against men, but also against women. Our women were
Listen,
This was done to our women. This was also something that the Israeli society was not really, welcoming.
I can say I won't disclose names, but I've heard, like my friends have heard firsthand from either freed hostages or just people that were there on October 7th that they don't want to admit to the public that they have been sexually assaulted or raped because they don't want the rest of society in Israel to view them as damaged. Because a lot of people do look to girls who are raped as like damaged goods.
Even though you wouldn't believe that a Western society would think something like that, but again,
in America.
that's what I'm saying. It happens all the time. The shame, the sense of humiliation, that the Holocaust survivors, you wanted to mention that. Almost none of them reported about the sexual abuse that they've been going through, and clearly there was massive sexual abuse. This is, by the way, outside the history pages of the Holocaust within Israel as well. So regardless of how much we studied about the Shoah, and we studied endlessly about it in our school system, no one has ever mentioned any of this. I think the first time I encountered that as an Israeli was when I read Katzetnik's books, Salamandra, I think it was, and then he describes this, and I recall, he describes his sister being sexually abused with many other women. I was like, oh my God, I was I think around 12 when I read it, and I was like, no one ever speaks about that. No one ever said a word. To me, it was like, maybe that was part of an illusion because he also described it from the literal point of view as something that he sees, not sees. It's like,
I mean,
that was exactly the point I wanted to make. That, I believe one of the less researched and less documented aspects of the Holocaust is actually those of sexual crimes, rape, and systematic sexual violence, because people are embarrassed.
In Israel, it's non-existent up until today.
Right. Maybe, yeah. Well.
Yeah, it was because at one point you said when a man enters in a war situation, enters a place and he's armed to the teeth, it crosses his mind to commit some sexual violence. This is, I think, more or less what you said. In a sense, this is it's an exaggeration of the situation when men in domestic situations are feeling powerful. And I'm trying to say that sexual violence, of course, in Israel or anywhere else, is not just a feature of a terror attack.
Of course.
It's a feature of domestic life, and it's a feature of all warfare. I mean, I understand from you you've worked on these issues for a long time. I mean...
no, I have not. About warfare, okay. Never, because I never thought this is something that...
My sister...
I was on the domestic side.
My daughter worked for many years for the Fédération Internationale des Droits de l'Homme, and her desk was the women and migrants desk, and of course, and she knows, like you, she knows Pramila Patton, and was talking about the discussions they have about the situation of sexual violence during warfare. And as far as one knows, it happens in the warfare from Israeli soldiers as well as Hamas terrorists.
Okay.
I'm just saying it has to be true because it's a feature of all war.
I'll tell you why.
I'm saying, let me finish.
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
It's a feature of war. I know that Pramila Patton, what she said is, what we seek to do around sexual violence is not to stop sexual violence, but to stop war. And that's because the two are so closely linked. I read Pramila Patton saying that when I was reading about her yesterday. So But I'm interested in your response to what I've said. If people who study this area, they say this is a feature of all war,
then you would expect to say the same thing about the soldiers.
People do say the same.
So yeah, so
there are reports that are the same.
So first of all, if you go back to Pramila Paten's report, she indicates very specifically that what she was able to come across doesn't look anything like the systemic, intentional rape and sexual violence that she found on the side of Hamas. But I'll say that definitely when you're in a war zone, women are more susceptible to sexual violence, and in many respects, I suppose that there are encounters of this kind of Israeli soldiers, but I have to say I have to put a few reservations to that. First of all, it's not systematic, by all means. Second of all, it is not expanded. There are no evidence of such an expanded behavior, practice. Second of all, I think there is a huge difference between Hamas and the IDF. And the reason for that is that when you get when you infiltrate Israel, raid Israel, and all you want to do is cause as much harm, suffering, fatalities as possible, is very different from getting through a military organized operation, supervised through many ranks with written orders and an ethical code as well that is being instilled in soldiers. Are there maybe some soldiers that diverge from that? For sure. Individuals, like bad individuals, are everywhere, and definitely given the opportunity, such as a war zone, they might take.
The chaos comes in a different way.
It's very different.
Because of the nature of the warfare.
Exactly. But
and where you have warfare which is computerized and so on, this creates.
It is less chaotic, and it's also, I have to say,
this creates a chaos which you can see.
No, I think another important point for me is that Israel is a country abiding by international law and international laws, as opposed to Hamas, who don't care whatsoever about international law. They are not abide by international law. They don't have a legal system that would indict them for or bring charges against them if they use sexual violence, whereas the Israeli legal system will do that and have done so in the past, So I think in this respect, it is very, very different.
Also, I think it
cannot be equated.
I think we need to, the equation could be interesting. I think we need to study the ideology. And what happened with Hamas, and I think this is very important, is that, that I think to understand, to understand Hamas is very important. And I think there's been people now looking at how Hamas has become the vanguard of radical political Islamist warfare. And I'm not speaking about Islam, and I'm not speaking about Muslims. I'm speaking about jihadist Muslim Brotherhood. It comes out of the Muslim Brotherhood to jihadist Islamist ideology. Women, when you conquer the land, women become your property. They become objects of your victory. It becomes the war. There's a word like the bounty of the war. So it happened with the Yazdis, it happened with Kurds, it happened with Israeli women. They become the bounty of the victory of the jihadists over these people. And it's so there may be abuses in the Israeli society and there's contradictions, but Israel's democracy, it's a country of law where the ethical codes of the army is, I think, very strong, with problems and contradictions compared to a jihadist warfare which sees the woman as the object, the property of the winner of the jihad.
This is the ethical code
Yes.
that we're talking about.
Yes.
So it's very different.
This is the
And
norm.
of course, I myself condemn any sexual violence, and I think that
indiscriminate violence or any violence.
no, sexual violence also coming from the Israeli side, and it should be investigated to the core. I condemn it. I think it's horrible, and I'm proud of the legal system for being able to already press charges against those who did it, and to have them, serve for years in prison. Maybe that's not enough. Maybe that's all comprehensive. Maybe one, here and there are cases who were not charged yet, but to have it as part of an ethical,
strategy.
religious type of code, this is like completely different.
I'm trying to understand, what are you particularly referring to when you're indicating there are crimes like this, or like on a...
No, there are contentions of this kind. There are
What am I referring to? I suppose I'm referring to... I'm linking this back to a feminist theory, an understanding of the nature of warfare and the behavior of men in warfare, the imbalance between men and women in society, and how that gets exaggerated in warfare.
That's true.
Now, anybody...
No, but basically, just so I understand right, you're saying that you can't imagine that it's not happening in the Israeli army. You're not like referring to anything particular that you heard about, like, particular evidence that is like happening there.
You mean I've strayed into generalities there, but I thought generality was important because you can't then, otherwise you're misunderstanding the nature of society, whereas the huge imbalance of power between men and women. But in terms of, I haven't come with a list of examples, but I have them in, my mind is a... I've read articles.
There aren't this many.
Myself to today.
There aren't this many.
I read carefully, so and you can read
Right.
too.
Look, I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's not happening, right? And based on what you're saying is, I don't think that, Israeli men in the Israeli army are like better or worse human beings than anybody else.
No.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, I've never heard, and that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, but I've never heard that this is like a particular problem like in the Israeli army. And again,
It'll be a problem in any army. I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with him. And there are instances in which the legal system has indeed pressed charge against soldiers who did that.
Right.
But there are very few of them, and I think that just the way you said it, the vulnerability is being enhanced at a war zone, regardless of whether these American soldiers in Vietnam or peace makers in Lebanon or in everywhere. So we know that this is an issue.
Training because
and to ethical codes that you abide by and international laws.
When you mentioned that people were trying to say that the rape was only done by people that were like civilians that weren't part of Hamas, it's so false to say that, because if you look at the training of any of the proxies of the Islamic regime of Iran, and if you look at the Islamic regime of Iran and what they do to their own women, when they arrest women for not covering their hair, before they give them the death sentence, they will rape them in jail. There are many cases of women who were raped by a man, and then one specific woman, I don't recall her name, but she, her father and brother did an honor murder of her, and they killed her for being raped because she dishonored the family by being raped. There's such an emphasis.
Not just in Iran.
No, of course not just in Iran, but because we're talking about the fact that Hamas, the Houthis, ISIS, that they're all proxies of the Islamic regime of Iran. I'm just talking about the fact that they give them that type of training. So it does go back to obviously we'll generalize and say that because it's men and it's warfare that it can happen from any army, but it is part of their training to dishonor women in that way.
if you want to continue this conversation and this directed conversation, I don't want to stop it. But if anybody would like to switch the conversation to a slightly different topic, and it's one that I sort of expected to hear discussed. I'm interested in something that you mentioned briefly at the beginning of your talk about the response of UN Women being 0 until December 23.
No, 3rd.
The 3rd of December 2023. And my perception of the world's response, the feminist response of the world to what happened on October 7th, the resonating silence, the lack of support from where there should have been. So unlike your mother and her friends being fired. And also, I keep hearing they were unheard, they were not heard, they were not heard. I think the thing of being not heard, maybe it's sometimes it's because you don't speak up, but because we have so much evidence, and I have so much experience of being not heard. And so I wanted to hear, I was hoping we'd hear something. Maybe that's in another talk later in the day, I don't know.
Yeah.
If it is, then please continue with the Hamas versus IDF discussion.
Yeah.
Feel free, go ahead, Mark. I think it's very important, in my humble opinion. I think you should continue, or we can respond.
No,
The speakers can respond.
I was trying to open the conversation topic in case, I don't know how fruitful it is to continue with discussing how evil different men might be to women. I think we probably have a shared understanding of the risks that women face. And I was just trying to shift the conversation.
So the issue of solidarity to Israeli women?
Not just Israel, well, yes, in this particular instance, where was the world's where were the feminists? Where was the Me Too movement? You know, where all the sensitivities and care that women expect from, that we as women expect from our sisters, where was that for these Israeli women? Where was it? What happened?
Well, something I would like to say in regards to that I think we saw a lot of support from specifically the Iranian women of the world, because just 2 years before, when the revolution and everything started with the killing of Mahsa Amini in Iran, the Jewish community showed so much support for Iran, because the Jewish community understood that the Iranian people and Mahsa Amini and all the other Iranian women are not their government, and that it's two very separate entities, and they showed so much support for the Iranian people, and the Iranian people seeing that support just 2 years prior, almost exactly 2 years, it went on to us, the Jewish women, seeing so much support from the Iranian community. But you're right, where was everyone else? It's a very good question, if anyone wants to.
Actually, just I got a text from one of our colleagues, Zahava Feldstein, who wrote that Zionism equals racism was a foundational to the platform of the International Women's Movement, which I mentioned earlier, my mother's experience and her generation. So it's not surprising that that the global feminists defend sexual violence as part of the oppressed resistance. This is from one of our scholars.
Yes. I would move to my presentation, which is entitled "Arab Women Victims of Islamism, Iran and its Proxies."
Can I recommend we take a 5 minute stretch?
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
Let's have some tea and coffee, and then.
Okay. Come refreshed
Yeah,
your...
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And there are copies of the visual version of the report if you want. And
there's also our reports here if anybody wants.
Also, if anyone would want one of my business cards, I would love to.
This is what
I will try to. Okay, I will. So thank you very much. We are back with the last presentation. So I will be the last speaker, and then there will be a few questions, of course, Q&A after my presentation. So as I said earlier, the title of my presentation is Arab Women, Victims of Islamism, Iran and its Proxies, and the need to have a solidarity movement towards Israeli women and Jewish women victims of the terrorist attack of October 7th. So the title of my presentation includes Arab women, so I will focus on Iran, but particularly on Arab women in Iran, as well as women in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. And you will see that the different terrorist attacks and violence against women are targeted by Iranian militia. They have the same ideology and the same methods used by Hamas in October 7th. So in areas governed by Iranian-backed groups, including Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, women endure numerous types of violence and mistreatment. The ideologies of factions such as the Houthis in Yemen, the Fatimiyun and Zainabiyun brigades in Syria, and pro-Iranian militia like Kataib, Hezbollah, and Ashab al-Haq in Iraq are rooted in Sharia law, compelling the population to comply with its tenets. Women and girls in this location frequently experience domestic violence, abuse, verbal harassment, and limitations of their rights and liberties. So I will start with the Arab Ahwazi women in Iran. This is like a minority group, but also there are other minority groups like Baluchi, Kurds, and Azeris. Of course, also Iranian women are victims of the Iranian regime and agenda, but I will focus on Arab women because I'm speaking about how Arab women are victims of the Islamism and Iranian proxies. So Iranian security forces violently attacked helpless Ahwazi women who were demonstrating against the regime's unlawful arrest of their families, and detaining many of women whose only offense was seeking justice. The regime's military personnel targeted the women, striking them in the mouth and chest with batons and rifle stocks. Women, particularly those belonging to national minorities, encounter significant obstacles when it comes to participating safely in decision-making processes, hindering their ability to advocate for their rights and contest ongoing human violations. Politics has historically been and remains a field dominated by men. Statistics indicate that women are underrepresented at every level of decision-making globally, with an even smaller percentage of women in politics coming from minorities who suffer from state-sponsored violence and discrimination, not only for their gender, but also due to their affiliation with marginalized minority groups. The visibility and safe involvement of minority women are essential for achieving equal representation and participation in decision-making process, empowering them to influence their political, social, and cultural futures. As previously mentioned, the exclusion of women from national minorities within political processes is not merely a gender issue, but is closely linked to their ethnic, religious, and cultural identities. So we have also the exclusion of Baha'is, minorities, Christian minorities, all the other minorities in Iran. Women residing in regions with ethnic minorities face heightened challenges regarding education and employment, and areas predominantly inhabited by national minority populations have been overlooked by the government, receiving less investment in services, public welfare, and also enduring increased level of police surveillance and brutality. The obstacles preventing women from national minorities in Iran from participating safely and equally in decision-making processes complicate their ability to advocate for their rights, thus perpetuating a cycle of inequality. The Iranian government is escalating its harsh repression of female Ahwazi human rights activists, all while a media blackout persists and the international community remains strikingly silent, including well-known exiled Iranian women's rights advocates. Human rights organizations in Al-Ahwaz have reported that after the recent arrests of 3 female activists in home raids, one of whom was taken along with her younger siblings who attempted to protect her, the regime's notorious Islamic Revolutionary Guards detained Zainab Sawari, who is a teacher, a notable advocate for women's rights and children, and was accompanied by her younger brother and sister, who were also arrested while trying to defend her during the raid on their family residence. The government of Iran has significantly intensified its harsh crackdown on ethnic minority groups, using unlawful mass raids, violent detentions, and enforced disappearances against hundreds of individuals from these communities nationwide in an effort to suppress peaceful dissent, according to the Center for Human Rights in Iran. So there is a systematic oppression of Kurds, Arabs, Baluchis, and Azeris, and Azeri Turks, which reached an alarming heights at the Islamic Republic with an escalating campaign of terror against these groups in silence, which suppresses them, according to Hadi Ghanimi, who is the head or executive director of the Center for Human Rights in Iran. So as I explained, there are mass detentions. There are also sexual violence against women who were arrested, especially after the Jina Mahsa Amini movement in 2022, with the movement of Women Life Freedom protest. So there were numerous arrests of the cities of Al-Ahwaz, but also in other cities of other minority groups in order to suppress this kind of protest. And also there is a violence and massive detention of women. In Lebanon, Hezbollah has an important, which is an important proxy of Iran, who has a considerable sway over the country political and social landscape. There is a massive and progressive fight against violence directed at women, but unfortunately in areas where Hezbollah exerts its violence, there is a difficulty to fight against this violence. Reports from UN Women Lebanon indicates that in regions where Hezbollah power is most pronounced, women's living conditions are poorer and they experience higher levels of violence compared to other areas in the nation. Even though women play a crucial role in Hezbollah's propaganda, the group's policies impose harsh limitations on women's social freedoms and enforce specific behavioral norms, particularly in the southern and Shiite regions. In territories where the terrorist groups operate, temporary marriages with Hezbollah fighters are increasingly prevalent. These unions often involve young girls, typically younger members of the organization, so there is violence against women and young girls, which is reinforced by religious propaganda and framed acts of faith that ensure entry into paradise. From a young age, the girls in areas under Hezbollah controls are groomed to become future wives and mothers of fighters. Educational institutions like Mahdi al-Mustafa align with the curriculum of Hezbollah's ideology and values. These policies reinforce patriarchal traditions and obstruct the progress of women's rights, particularly regarding domestic violence and equality within the family. I would like to quote here the book of Dalal Mawad, who is also a journalist, and the title of the book is All She Lost, and in this book she speaks about Lebanese women who lost their husbands and children and who were refugees and who went bankrupt and lose their properties because of Hezbollah ideology. Syria. Since 2011, Syria has been engulfed in unprecedented conflict characterized by the use of various weapons, resulting in the arrest of thousands of civilians by the different factions involved in the war, each with varying degrees of culpability. Although there has been a decrease in military operations and confrontations recently, violations against women in Syria persisted throughout 2018. Human rights organizations, including Euromed Monitor, reported that 1,361 women and girls lost their lives in the previous year, bringing the total victim of female victims in Syria since the conflict began in 2011 to over 27,200 women. Human rights data indicates that approximately 90% of female victims were killed by government forces, while the remainder were facilities resulting from attacks carried by the Syrian opposition and extremist groups. Alongside killings, women in Syria have faced numerous other violations, including arrests, enforced disappearances, torture, and rape. The count of female detainees in Syrian government facilities has reached 8,057, with 911 detained in opposition-controlled prisons, 489 in Islamist facilities, and about 499 women in Kurdish detention centers. Yemen. Yemen is a conflict, is very complicated conflict after the Arab Revolution. You already know that, unfortunately, the country was taken by the Houthis, who are Islamist group and Iranian-backed militia. And a source mentioned from the Yemeni coalition that the Zainabiyya Brigade, who is like a brigade, like the IRGC, but is the Houthis IRGC. For the women. Yeah, for women. That the Zainabiyya Brigade functions as part of the Houthi intelligence network. So there is an intelligence network within the Houthis function, and primarily responsible for recruiting women and compelling them into roles designed to entrap political adversaries. So this tactic may clarify the changing loyalties of some activists and politicians who formerly opposed the Houthis but now support them. In clandestine prisons, terrifying narratives arise concerning the abuses of women in Yemen, faces especially at the hands of Zainabiyya, a group linked to the Houthi. Victims have faced severe forms of both psychological and physical torture, as highlighted testimonials from survivors gathered by human rights organizations within the Justice for Yemen Pact Coalition, which tracks violence in the area. These accounts describe appalling conditions such as women being made to remain perfectly still for hours or forced to sleep on cold, hard floors without bedding, while the cries of other detainees resonate from adjacent cells. Some survivors have also mentioned instances of sexual harassment and rape. The establishment of female Zainabiyya Brigade by the Houthi group serves as a calculated instrument of oppression and terror of the Yemeni women, focusing primarily on recruitment. A source within the coalition indicated that the Zainabiyya Brigade functioned within the Houthi intelligence network and enlisting women and pressuring them into roles intending to approach the political rivals. Also, the Zainabiyya Brigade operates penetrating society to gather intelligence, and they have a lot of efforts going beyond espionage and surveillance. They have also been associated with arbitrary detention, acts of extreme physical and psychological torture. Yemeni lawyer and human rights advocate Huda As-Sarari, who leads the organization Defense for Rights and Freedoms, was awarded 2020 Martin Ennals Award for Human Rights Defenders, notes that the Houthi militia formed the Zainabiyya Brigade similarly to Iran's Fatimiyya group. So she states that certain leaders of the Zainabiyya have received training in Iran, indicating that the recruitment of women in areas controlled by the Houthi has commenced. We will not speak about young people who are trained by Hezbollah, like in Yemen, which is violence against children's rights, but since today we speak only about women. But unfortunately, there is a training by Hezbollah to young people to radicalize them. From 2011, the new generation of young Yemeni are becoming radical through this propaganda of Hezbollah, unfortunately. Surveillance and intimidation. There are a lot of surveillance to students, especially young women, forced hijab, also detaining female students who display any Yemeni flag or any showing any solidarity with Yemen or with political or political prisoners. And also there is as the coalition said, they would persistently observe us even in our dorm rooms, so there is like a surveillance to all the students in universities. Sexual harassment, which is one of the most severe violations that women endure from the Zainabiyya in prisons, where harassment, intimidation techniques are used to compel confessions, so force confessions. Again, the same techniques are used by the Iranian regime with opposition and dissidents. One survivor recounted her experience of being sexually harassed and physically assaulted in her cell, stating to the coalition, "I never anticipating facing such a cruelty." So there are multiple acts of sexual violence, and she felt very scared to speak. Another survivor described to the coalition her ordeal of harassment and physical maltreatment in her cell, which left her feeling completely powerless. So the tactics of sexual harassment are also used as a method of coercion against women, and they are threatened with personal photographs, video recordings to force them into compliance with the Houthis, as reported by the coalition. And we have a very famous who is a beauty queen of Yemen, who was detained for more than 5 years just because she was elected Miss Yemen, yes. There were alarming figures of human rights violations in Yemen, and the human rights investigations have recorded 1,181 instances of women being held in Houthi detention centers. In addition, 274 cases of forced disappearance, 71 incidents of sexual violence, and the assessment also highlighted instances of suicide among women who endured intense psychological strain in Houthis facilities. There are a lot of reports which indicate that there are a lot of detention facilities used by the Houthis, more than 200, and there is an estimated total of detainees and individuals who have been forcibly disappeared in Houthi prisons, which is approximately 1,400, and they are located in Sana'a, in the capital. Women have also suffered in prisons, especially from sexual violence and rape, mainly women aged between 14 and 60, and there are the use of horrific methods. Noura Al-Jarwi, who is the leader of the Association for the Protection of Victimized and Survivor Women, has recorded over 100 cases of women being arrested and tortured in secret Houthi prisons. This documentation includes 27 instances of rape and cases of genital mutilation. Al-Jawri, who also holds the position of president of the Coalition of Women for Peace in Yemen, illustrates that the Houthi target women as a means of retaliation, escalating their actions beyond physical and psychological mistreatment to directly assault their dignity and honor. This has resulted in unparalleled crisis in the history of violation of women's rights in Yemen. I will quote here Dr. Robert F. Forth, the Houthi Enigma, who says, Yemen has become the latest proxy battleground in the sectarian struggle, now playing out cross in the Middle East. And just a small difference between the Houthi proxy from the other proxies of Iran is that they don't even take the orders from the Iranian regime. They act however they want. I mean, they have their own methods, so they don't take orders from anyone. This is the difference from the Houthis. Finally, I end up with Iraq. So for many years, Iraqis, especially women, have suffered violence from various sources, including foreign occupying forces, Iraqi criminal gangs, militia, tribes, and family members, sometimes through honor killings or domestic abuse, along with the new security forces of the states. So the Islamic State group, which emerged in 2014 from Iraq's insurgency, and a consequence of the turmoil that followed the military's abandonment, was accountable for widespread campaign of gender violence, increasing the threat faced by Iraqi women. We also have lately some laws targeting Iraqi women, forcing young girls to marry at the age of 9, which is really shameful. So I come to the conclusion that Hamas terrorist attack and persecution of women used methods used by the Iranian proxies and militia in the different parts of the Middle East. And these methods are used to subordinate and dominate women, but also there should be unity between and solidarity between Arab and Jewish as well as Israeli women to fight against this Islamist propaganda. And I think that women, Arab women and Jewish women do need each other to come against this type of violence and end the violence against women in the Middle East. Thank you. I will be happy to answer your questions if you have.
So first of all, it was wonderful, and I really thank you for shedding the light on all these different countries. And on the one hand, you can see the commonalities, but at the same time, there's, you know, different shapes of these types of oppression that can be imitated by others, and this is what makes it so dangerous. I think that
Absolutely.
You see that it's not going to be exchangeable, but rather added to what these women already suffer. I suspect, for example, that lowering the marriage age to 9 in Iraq is going to spread like fire, you know, throughout the Middle East. It's going to be, horrific. So I wanted to ask you, what you did here was to frame it as part of an evil that we all need to fight together in solidarity. But is it something that you can see happening somewhere? Clearly, you're an example for that. But I'm thinking of, you know, I was listening to your account of the Houthis and how vicious they are toward Yemeni people. And they signify, I think, one of the most, you know, known to all humanitarian crisis in the Middle East because of the Houthis. And then we see, again, pro-Palestine protesters chanting, Yemen, Yemen, make us proud, about directing it to the Houthis who are intercepting all kind of ships going through the through the sea toward us or toward the U.S. or definitely the missiles launched against Israel by the Houthis. Is there a voice there that says, like, this is just crazy, this is not Yemen, this is...
Yeah, there are a few voices. I know a few...
Loy
yeah.
Ahmad? I love him. Yes, he's Yemeni, I think.
I know a few voices, like they are very vocal about the situation in Yemen, and they were speaking to people and saying, you cannot encourage the Houthis to do that. The Houthis took our own revolution. They stole our own revolution. We wanted a revolution for dignity, for human rights, for women's rights, but they steal our revolution, and they transformed the country into a fiasco. So what the Yemeni people are living is famine, radicalization of young people, violence against women. So it becomes like a terror state. So unfortunately, these voices are very, I'm not saying they are weak, but they are not heard by the West.
No, by women's voices.
Yeah, women is a very big issue in Yemen. We have like, the biggest media in the West are giving the floor, especially to women who are with the Islamists, who are supporting the Islamists, unfortunately, and women who are, who are secular, who support women's rights. They are not given a voice. So this is a problem. I mean, this is one of the issues that in which the West is not really supporting the revolution in Yemen or in other countries.
That's what I fear for Iran. That,
it's the same. Unfortunately, everybody hears about Tawakkul Karmin, who is like the vision or the is like the name of the Yemeni revolution, but this is not the revolution. It's like an Islamist takeover of what Yemeni people were dreaming of, to have a revolution of dignity, to have human rights, to have equality. But at the end, it was an Islamist takeover. And the problem in Yemen is that you have Islamists and you have Shia who are not really Shia, because the story of the Houthis is completely crazy. But it's like the Houthis who are Iranian proxies. So you have like a competition between these two forces, the Islamist forces, and on the other hand, secular voices who are completely disappearing. And
they're not being respected by the West. Like, do you feel that some of the attacks would be aimed against you? I think that some of the women who speak out, like yourself, would be considered
I know
far right, even Islamophobic, Islamophobic.
Yeah, I know.
People.
A human rights activist who is threatened by the Islamists because of her positions, very, very hard positions. And unfortunately, they are not really supported. Of course, they try to be vocal, to show themselves in the international community, but again, now with the Trump administration, the Houthis were put on the terrorist list, but before, the Houthis were not on the terrorist list. And during these years where the Houthis were not on the terrorist list, it was very difficult for them to survive. Let alone the problems of water, the problems of food, the famine, the refugee crisis. It's horrible. It's the biggest humanitarian crisis, together with Sudan.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I would be interested. You gave an overview of all different kind of forms of sexual discrimination and violence. How these different forms are being reflected upon in general, like social discourse in the respective societies, because there are a lot of forms of sexual violence that are actually being denied, right? Like the classical case of a rape is like, no, I didn't do it, and they would deny it. But I think there are also certain cases where I could imagine it's kind of like, for example, if you think about these honor killings, right? Like within the families where something like that happened, it was like, yes, this is like a matter of honor, this had to happen. So I was wondering if you could maybe differentiate between forms of sexual violence and explain what's a moral framework behind it. Where are the kind of cases where you say where people maybe try to deny it and they do it, but it's actually not accepted, and where it's actually like a sanctioned, a socially, morally sanctioned form of discrimination and oppression.
I think in the Arab and Muslim world, it's a taboo subject to speak about sexual violence or rape. This is something that is not evoked in the media or even in, by human rights organizations. But hopefully there are human rights organizations working on the ground and reporting these cases, particular cases. But what the Houthis is doing is targeting women, and it's the same as like the Iranian regime. So either you put the hijab, the veil, or if you are not like you don't put the hijab, so you deserve this kind of violence, even rape. So this is the yes.
I want to say how in these types of regimes they glorify the purity of women and covering yourself, except for when it benefits them. And an example of that in Iran, really the idea of covering a woman is not because they care about a woman's purity and honor. It's because they want to minimize the woman and silence them. And an example of that in Iran is the fact that they'll kill a woman, throw them in jail for not wearing the hijab, but they've oppressed them so much that it's hard for women to make money in most fields or get a job in most fields because it's not allowed. And it's come to the point where they've created this thing called, it's basically their version of prostitution, where they do marriages that only last a few hours. And it's one of the few ways for a woman to make money. Wow. So they get married to this woman and they have like a contract that this marriage is only up to, let's say, 5 hours, and then they pay the woman. So it just goes to show that they kind of put the idea of like their honor and respect for a woman and the fact that a woman should cover herself for her honor, like under the umbrella of honor, but really it's about controlling the woman, and they only care about their honor when it benefits them to silence them, and then their honor doesn't matter when it comes to this type of legal prostitution that they're doing within Iran. And a lot of people don't know
it's
about
hypocritical.
That.
Ideology. So it's just justifying what they are doing towards women and using religion, because this is just using and misusing the religion.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You may have already mentioned this. I didn't catch everything, but we talked about the kind of lack of an appropriate response of the feminist movement towards Israeli sexual assault. Is it similar that the feminist movement is afraid to speak out against, for fear of sounding Islamophobic in the West? Like, how much are these issues being talked about, and is there a hesitancy?
You mean if they speak about violence against women in these areas? I think it's when there was Mahsa Amini movement, there were very few demonstrations in the Arab world. Like 2 demonstrations, one in Tunisia, one in Lebanon, and in other Arab countries there was no demonstration, because they are afraid of Iran and Islamists. So I think there is like this terror, because it's a regime of terror. So people are afraid also to go into the streets, like Iraqi women, Lebanese women, Syrian women.
Right, but I mean more among humanitarians and activists in the international community or the UN. Is there like the same ideology that makes people hesitant to talk about October 7th?
I see your point, yeah. I think in the West, from a Western perspective, there is a fear that they will be accused of being Islamophobic. This is what you mean. It's true. I think I do agree with you. They have always, so it just, we are, as if we are accusing these people, but you are not criticizing Islam, you are not criticizing the religion, you are criticizing extremist group, just like what Dr. Charles says. I'm speaking about the behavior of extremist group, fundamentalists, which happen. Extremists would do some criminal things. We are not here speaking about religion or targeting the religion, but I think the West is afraid of being, accused of being racist or Islamophobic, of course.
But this also applied in previous years in attempts to try to combat female genital mutilation.
Yes,
Exactly the same issues.
absolutely.
And also, there's been no mention of the women in Afghanistan who are suffering horribly. So these are, there should be solidarity with all women.
Of course, yeah. And also, I mentioned Sudan briefly, but what is happening also to women of Sudan is horrible. It's like using sexual violence and rape by Islamist military groups, and nobody speaks about it.
No.
And every day, sexual violence, we receive like reports from organizations, sexual violence towards women by Islamist groups in Sudan is horrible. Nobody is speaking about it, unfortunately.
And also militias in the eastern DRC.
Yes, sure.
This is the persecution of women appears to have no boundaries.
That's kind of my question for a lot of the protesters in the United States, because when I would try to speak to some of them, I would tell them, I don't think that there's anything wrong with protesting pro the Palestinian people, the people of Gaza. They deserve a chance at a better life, not under the oppression of Hamas. But number one, were you protesting for their rights before October 7th? And then number two, why are you not protesting for the rest of the women in the Middle East? The fact that I think it's Afghani women legally cannot speak to each other in public. Is that correct?
As of 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Laws are
So
also at home, if they can be heard outside.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes.
that I didn't know. But why aren't you protesting for all other women in the Middle East? Or all other Middle Eastern minorities that are being persecuted? Like you said, the Azatis, Zoroastrians.
Yeah, Zoroastrians, Baha'is.
Zoroastrians were the first. That was the first religion in Iran, and they've been persecuted for the longest amount of time. Why is nobody protesting? Why is that nobody on the streets of Manhattan protesting about that? So it kind of goes back to.
What's the answer to that question?
I think the answer to that question is a lot of the people who are protesting pro the Palestinian people and the Gazans are actually. They've taken the meaning of what that protest should have been about. It could have been something pure. It could have been actually caring for this group's human rights, and turned it into protesting actually against Israel and the Jewish people.
And have the individual people who are participating in these protests, have they done this? Or is this being done in a coordinated way to them? Who's organizing these protests?
Oh, well, there's so many answers to that. One example is there were a lot of posts on, not Amazon, what's that, eBay? No, was it, I forgot, Craigslist. Yeah, there were a lot of posts on Craigslist offering to pay people to go to these protests. And then when there were certain influencers who went to the protests and asked people what they're protesting about, and people actually responded, I don't know, I was paid to be here. So there's so many different answers to that question. That's just one.
Yeah.
The question was, where was that?
That was in New York.
Oh, in the United States. It wasn't only in New York, but New York is one example.
Yes, and I think the article came out last week or the week before.
But this also happens when Modi organizes political protests in India. It's not an original idea.
Oh, no. I don't think any of their ideas are original.
But I think also the mainstream media.
Sorry, I think trying to understand why it is that the world's media focuses on Israel is more complicated. And of course it's wrong in the sense that there isn't, I'll give you an example. I went to the doctor the other day, and it was about a few months ago, after October 7th, and she said, oh, how are you? I said, oh God, it's terrible what's happening in the Middle East. And she said, oh, I don't know so much about what's happening in the Middle East, because she's Sudanese. Okay, I have family in Israel. And Israel is like, it's a celebrity conflict. And it's not just because, I don't think it's just because Israelis are are Jewish. There's a focus on certain conflicts, and there's a refusal to focus on others. And you could say, why the African conflicts don't they get focused on? Well, you know, the answer isn't because people hate the Jews, it's because actually they are racist towards.
Well, we're getting a bit off topic here,
No,
but still I would
do
like to say one thing. Yeah.
I don't think it was that off target, because I think that there's an underlying issue here, which is there's the focus on Israel is in some way related to anti-Semitism. I'm just saying it's complicated.
But no, with all due respect, if I may, no, but I do want to address this issue. When you look at the facts, when you look at campus encampments, for example, for protests of the type that we've seen now happening against Israel, there's nothing compared to that with the threats of violence and so on and so forth embedded in it that we could see in American campuses. Even against the Vietnam War, we could not see anything of this type. So, you know, I would not go.
I just want to say this. If we look at the narratives that we have in the protest, it's very clear that much of it is framed in order to demonize Israel, rather than actually to advocate the rights of Palestinians. And I give you very concrete examples about the protesters who were just like standing outside here. Okay, there were like some protesters coming to this here, and one of them, she had a sign with Hind Rajab, the Palestinian girl who who died in the context of the Gaza conflict, and it's like a very, very sad and unfortunate story, and it's like really like, you know, what happened to this girl is really, really bad. And then right next to it, a picture of Anne Frank. And it said like, what's the difference? So we're standing here outside right now, okay?
I do know that poster.
Right, but I want to make a point here.
I personally wouldn't.
No, I want to, but the point I want to make is you can speak about the suffering of Palestinians without drawing analogies to the Holocaust, which is like completely like a distortion of reality. And when you do that, you actually see it's not simply about like speaking about like, you know, what's wrong in Gaza or what's wrong here. It's actually like a way to use that in order to demonize Israel. There are many more examples. Again, we're getting off topic, but I just wanted to respond.
I hear what you're saying. I'd love to talk to you at length, because I suspect you're going down a slightly wrong path there, but we probably should focus on what
Can I say one thing as well? In regards to, you know, the land of Israel and the conflict and who has the right and who it belongs to and whatnot, if people weren't anti-Semitic under the mask of pretending that it's anti-Zionism, if really what they cared about was the land and it's about Israel and it's not about the Jewish people, it's not hatred for all Jewish people, then you would think that they would want to make the Jewish people feel more comfortable in every other country in the world so that they would leave Israel and go move somewhere else. But to make us feel that we have to fear for our life everywhere else in the world and that we don't belong in Israel, well then where do you expect us to go? And then to me it comes back to this idea of the final solution. So like, to me it's like, for all the protesters in the United States, you want all the Jews to leave Israel. Don't make Jews fearful for their lives in the United States. And you can't do both. You can't make us fear everywhere else and then also
saying Jews out and then
where do we go?
Yeah.
Again, we started talking earlier, and some of these conversations are quite detailed. It require a bit more time than we have today, and it would be lovely to have them. But I don't think that most people take that step, which is they want the Jews to leave Israel. I've asked a lot of people about this.
Oh, of course, I'm not talking about...
Which people?
You know.
Huh?
Which people?
Which people have I asked?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't asked you, and I don't think... I mean, I've asked people who...
I think we should all be in Israel. But
sorry?
I think all Jews should be in Israel. That's another story. What? No, when you...
Do you?
Yeah.
No, I listen very carefully. I mean, my way of trying to understand these issues is to read everything and to talk with everybody. And I talk with a lot of people who are go on the marches, and most of them don't have this idea. I've asked them, because I said to them, okay, you talk about anti-Zionism, you call yourself an anti-Zionist. What exactly do you mean? So I will press that.
So I can offer that the next time you speak to them, ask them whether they deny or accept the fact that sexual violence was committed against Israeli women on October 7th, and the answer would be no.
No, I think
so this
you're,
would
not,
be...
you're not right.
Well,
because I think these are questions that, I mean, I talk to a lot of people. You're not right. I agree.
But we see this.
I know there is a strand of people who say that.
Who say that together.
Again, they were right here.
That goes
they had it on the sign.
No, they said that there were no sexual assaults.
I can show you the picture.
And that, of course.
I have it here. I have it
and you have this Caroline woman from
wrong.
Germany. It doesn't matter. What is important is the fact that they connect the two issues.
I do understand, but you can't generalize from...
Oh, you can generalize anything.
You can generalize some things, but you can't... No. What I was going to say was you can't generalize from what one or two people say.
Not one or two.
People say.
There are many. No, there's this woman in Germany, Caroline, who wherever she goes when there's a pro-Palestinian protest, she stands with a sign saying, rape is not resistance. And she is being crazily attacked because they link
other way
the
around.
two
Resistance
together.
is not rape.
Yeah. I mean, all I...
So, there are many examples of this.
I encourage everyone to read up. If you've got doubts about something, read it. Read it whole different sources. Try and get to what's going on.
Well, then it goes into the actual history. If we really want to go deep diving into history and the fact that Palestine is never mentioned in the Quran, and there's so many things that the fact that the word Palestinian, where does it actually come from? Like, there's so many things that we can go into that if you ask most protesters, they won't have the answers to. And
personally, it's true. Most people haven't done that kind of.
Personally, as someone who I mentioned that I went around Washington Square Park and I made this video, and we went up to random people and we asked if they thought October 7th was justified. And anyone who had a very strong opinion and was very aggressive about their response, almost all of them followed up, because we wouldn't respond to them saying you're wrong. We would ask them, okay, why do you feel that way? Almost every single one responded by saying, I don't know enough about the subject to continue this conversation further. So how can you have such a strong opinion?
I'm going to try and bring it back to scholarship. Hamas. Do you know the work of Yosef Kawadawi?
Can you repeat this?
Yosef Kawadawi.
Do you know?
Yes. Do you know his work?
No.
Sir, do you know his work?
I don't know the work of Joseph Kawadawi.
Yusuf.
Yeah.
I think if we're speaking about these issues as scholars, we have to be rooted in scholarship. And I know you know who this gentleman is. So this gentleman actually started Islamic studies at Oxford University. He was the first director, which the British establishment opened its doors to the Muslim Brotherhood decades ago. Yosef Kawadawi was the spiritual leader of the Muslim Brotherhood. So, sir, have you read any of the intellectual giants of the Muslim Brotherhood? Can you name some of their thinkers? Please.
It's not about me.
No.
This session, I do want to say I thought that your paper was really interesting.
Okay, sir, excuse me.
I'd love to have a copy of it.
Thank you.
I don't want to lose that.
It was brilliant, but I know we work together, and I'm sure that Manel doesn't have a problem with me speaking for a couple of minutes, but it's a good attempt to deflect. It was a great paper, but I think you're making statements here as scholars that we really need to be mindful of the context in which we're operating. Now, the Muslim Brotherhood is one of the most important intellectual movements, political movements, and military movements that is instrumental in the British establishment and on the protests that you're referring to when you speak to people. So I urge you, people in the colonial mindset in Europe and even in the United States is that we don't pay attention, we don't even give lip service to the worldview of the people that we're dealing with. We don't read their texts, we don't read their philosophers, we don't read their strategists. We just think they're a group of, brown people like Lawrence of Arabia running through the desert. We have to understand their worldview and respect it enough to engage it. Otherwise, we're just speaking. And I think this is the distinction of scholars. We really need to engage the philosophy, culture, and religion of the groups of people that we're dealing with. Now, Qawdawi was the spiritual leader of the Muslim Brotherhood. His entire life, he preached that the true believer, the true Muslim, is obligated to complete the work of Adolf Hitler. The Muslim Brotherhood fuses a perversion of Islam with European genocidal anti-Semitism, the protocols of the Elders of Zion, and Nazism. And there's connections to Nazism that runs throughout the whole literature and worldview of the Brotherhood. Now, just a few months ago, 6 to 8 weeks ago, King Charles and the British Parliament welcomed and had a royal visit to the Qatari regime, the Emir. Qatar is a country of 350,000 people that has a bayah. In Hebrew, a bayah is a problem. In Islam, a bayah is a spiritual oath. The Emir of Qatar and the royal family of Qatar has a spiritual oath to the Muslim Brotherhood. All of the religious edicts, rulings, and fatwas of the spiritual leaders of the Brotherhood, the Emir and the royal family adhere to. Qatar is connected to the Brotherhood. This is their intellectual, spiritual gurus. They're obligated to follow their fatwas. If you understand what a bayah is, there's an obligation, there's an oath. They're obligated. And they take these obligations very seriously. The Muslim Brotherhood through Qatar is committed to moving Israel away from the West, to isolate it, to destroy it. To destroy Israel and murder Jews around the world. This is a core element of their ideology. This is not the rantings and ravings of the extreme wing or the military wing. This is a core value of the Muslim Brotherhood philosophy and ideology and strategic goals. And then is to use anti-Semitism to weaken and destroy the West. Because they don't believe in democracy. They don't believe in the rule of law. They don't believe in equality, that regardless of our race, our gender, our sexual orientation, our income, our religious beliefs, that we're all equal under one legal system. And one of the reasons why they want to destroy Israel, because in Israel, Muslims, Jews, and Christians, straight people and gay people, and men and women are equal under the law. So even if Israel was Tel Aviv was a nation state, and all the other land was ceded to the Brotherhood, Tel Aviv doesn't have a right to exist because a caliphate has to replace the democracy. So their goal is to destroy democracy and replace it with Islamic rule of law. And this is the Muslim Brotherhood, this is jihadist Islam. But the postmodern left doesn't engage the philosophy and the ideology. It doesn't deal with the anti-Semitism, and I would submit to you because anti-Semitism is deeply rooted in this society. So it can't engage this issue because of Islamophobia. They don't want to insult some groups of people who represent the authentic Muslim, not the diversity of Islamic thought, not the different traditions of Islamic thought that are more accepting of the other, or more spiritual, but it's this type of view for 2 pieces of silver that the Western establishment takes these people as the authentic representations of Islam. Qatar has this is our work that we're doing. We have a big project on the influence of the Muslim Brotherhood on Western society, and they're playing with $1 trillion. They're buying your newspapers, they're buying your television, they're buying your law firms, they're buying your strategic PR firms, and they're buying your universities. And this is why, in my humble opinion, people don't speak out about the rights of women in Afghanistan or in Yemen because they've been bought. Instead of the philosophers and the intellectuals are condemning the Zionist entity when, as you said, a woman can't speak. God forbid somebody walks by the window of her private home and they hear her voice. It's a crime in Afghanistan. Afghanistan and Qatar, wonderful allies. The Taliban in Qatar. Hamas is still housed in Qatar. The Iranian revolutionary has good relations with Qatar. And even the human rights, the tribunal where Israel was accused and found guilty of crimes against humanity and being an apartheid state, funded and bought and organized by the Iranian revolutionary regime and Qatar. This is in our reports here on the table.
Well, you talk about the ICJ.
Yes.
The International Court of Justice.
Indeed.
You're saying is owned by
No, read our reports. We have
No,
scholars.
but, you know,
I know it's hard.
Look, I do hear you.
No, you don't. It's hard to believe.
Hold on, I'm just saying, I do hear you, and I'm just trying to say something, which is the way you talk is, you talk, and now I'm adopting the same style, which is,
Thank you for saying I have style.
you know, I'm saying I'm adopting the same style, which is like male-dominant style, I think.
Oy.
You know.
That's a cheap shot. I was quiet all day, but you know.
But this is what he said. This is what you referred to.
Yeah,
No, I'm just saying.
That was so scholarly based. That was so.
That's a cheap shot.
Yeah,
I have the reports right here with thousands of footnotes. We have 40 researchers, sir, working on it, and you have the audacity to dismiss it as male-dominating.
No, I'm just. It's not.
I think
I'm sure you've got lots of lovely things to say.
Thank you.
I think that if this would be okay with you,
Please.
with the others of you, like I think this is a place that hosts us for deliberating issues that we're here for, and I would appreciate it if we can stick to that.
Yeah,
thank you.
I support that.
Okay. Maybe other questions or yes?
Oh, just if you're interested in learning more, also, can we watch the symposium from last time? Because you talked at length about some of these things, and I thought it was really informative.
Yeah, it's all online.
It's all there.
Yeah.
So all online where?
On our website, as well as the reports that I was referring to.
I also want to mention that, just recently in my college in Israel, 35% of my students are Bedouin women, Muslim Bedouin traditional society women, and they all wear hijab, all of them, headscarf, which is, acceptable. This is their religion, this is what they believe in. But first of all, it was very, very interesting to me. I got to the college just 5 years ago, and I just recently heard one of my colleagues who's been there for 25 years saying that when she first started teaching, the Bedouin female students were not even having their head covered, which was amazing for me to hear, because today when I look at it, it is for me, this is a religion, I have to respect it, I'll have zero criticism over this, and then when you hear that, you realize that culture and patriarchy is so strongly connected with such a shift in the way they look. And then there was a point, I think it was like 2 months ago, when I saw one of my students wearing a niqab on campus. And I asked her to come and meet me in my room, to do it privately, to do it with respect. And then I sat down with her and told her, my apologies. I respect your religious beliefs and your wish to go further with all kind of sanctity kind of ideas, but this is where my tolerance ends. Because it's not just that I think that at some stage we have to be able, as feminists, to say, even if you take it as something you're proud of, this is what brings you your solemnity in a world with men or whatever it is. And by the way, I have 90% of my students being female students. So it's not like, you're exposed constantly to men, or it's like the minority is of men. So this is one stance that I have as a feminist, but also I told her, I know that allowing you to wear this here would get your classmates to be pressured now to do the same with themselves once it's allowed. I'm not willing to be the facilitator of such a process of radicalism, because clearly this is something that none of my students is doing now. So to claim that this is a religious thing, and interestingly, she was resorting to human rights organizations in Israel, and many of them were automatically saying, yeah, we will
protect your right to religious belief and so on and so forth. And when they realized that that was me, because that's a relatively new position that I have. Normally I'm this feminist human rights lawyer going to the Supreme Court and making, the law more feminist. They were able to understand what I was talking about and to look at it from a new vantage point where we have a responsibility as feminists, even in the face of religious freedom and so on and so forth. You have to reconceptualize. It's not religious freedom. It's the freedom to be extremely radicalized. And this is a freedom that you are allowed to have. But it doesn't necessarily mean that I have to allow it in an academic environment where we're trying to communicate with each other, where equality and freedom of expression by the basic elements of it should be allowed.
So what happened?
She took it to the court, but she lost many of her supporters when after the first session in court, and she withdrew her case. And I told her, you are very welcome here, always, but these are the way we communicate, and religion is always respected here, but the right to be extremely radicalized is something that is limited here.
Is she still a student at your college?
She just finished her last year, so we allowed her to study from afar the last semester. Yeah.
Well, it also goes into the fact that for all, let's say Iran, Iraq, Syria, the Muslim religion came way later. Let's say in Iran, first it was Zoroastrians. Jews were in Iran for over 100 years before the Muslim religion ever made its way there. So if we go into the culture and the history of the place, these laws were not part of Iranian culture. Someone made this very beautiful video, I don't know if you've ever seen it, of I think it was Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, and it showed it showed this is traditional dress of Iranian women, not this, and then you should showing someone covered head to toe. And it just it goes to show that some people want to say oh, we need to respect their culture and their history. Well, this isn't their culture and their history. So what are we respecting exactly?
Yeah, and unfortunately, after the Arab Spring, there is the rise of Islamist propaganda, and there is also this influence of. So there is the debate of whether it is a religious freedom or not. Of course, we respect as you said, you respect your students who had the choice to have
I'm not even going
to
in
put the
direction
veil,
of choice,
but not the niqab.
Even
the
if
niqab
it's her choice, I'm saying there is no same right to radicalize religiously. This is a whole different type of right
I understand.
From a legal point of view.
But unfortunately, as I said,
and it's also
all
not by choice most of the time.
Yeah, of course, most of the time it's not by choice, especially if it is the niqab. Of course, as Natalie said before, there was if you compare the pictures of women in Egypt or in the Middle East,
even in the Bedouin
if before and after, you'll find a huge difference, because there is this Islamist propaganda in the region, unfortunately, and which imposes on women to wear the hijab, and if they don't wear it, they are probably discriminated against, considered as non-good Muslims, or so there is this discrimination in society, and at the end of the day they feel this pressure, and sometimes they wear it because they are convinced, sometimes not,
and sometimes because of the pressure. By
and
the way,
we have the problem also here in Europe. We have it in Belgium, we have it in France, in some areas when you feel that there is, young girls are forced to wear the hijab, and sometimes the niqab.
Minors.
Minors.
It's not even just the Muslim community; it's also the Jewish community.
That's
A lot of law,
in the Jewish
a lot
community.
of law in most religions were written down at a time where everything was very patriarchal, and only men had a say in a woman's body, in a woman's sexuality, and And there's a lot of things I don't agree with in any extremist religion.
Exactly.
Like I don't believe extremism in any religion. I don't think anything should be extremist, regardless of whichever religion it is. And a lot of these laws were written when women didn't have a say.
And I've been fighting both, and this is one of the strong ways to prove that it is not Islamophobic. This is maybe
It's extremist
exactly
against extremism.
It resonates with what I said
extremism.
before. It's like if
It's
you
not
see
against
this
any
automatic
religion.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it's against oppression of women, because most of these extremist religions do not oppress men at all. It's about the oppression of women and controlling women.
So I think Marta told me that it's time. So thank you very much for being here in this seminar, and thank you for joining us and for this discussion. Thank you for your feedback, for your questions, for your comments, and I'm really happy to be here with you and to share this round table together. And hopefully in the future we can have more discussion, which are very fruitful, because we notice that there is freedom of expression, and there is also this dialogue and democratic values that we really cherish, all of us. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
And if I may, on behalf of Martha, who put all this work into organizing the event, and to our brilliant speakers, are really, I don't use the word lightly, I mentioned it earlier, really you're doing inspirational work, all of you, and it's vital work, and you're speaking truth to power, and we need more voices like you, so thank you for all you're doing, and thanks for being here.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you for the technical assistance.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for everyone.
Exactly. Did you remember? Because I wanted to do this. Almost would have forgotten.
Yeah.